They were overwhelmed. Let me be clear. Hiding makes it worse. Action makes it fixable. I help business owners get compliant, file what's missing, and negotiate from a position of strength, not fear. Don't wait for the next certified letter. Don't wait for a levy. Go to fightbacknow.com and sign up for my daily email. I'll tell you exactly what to do next, step by step. Or call me right now at 312-664-6649. Act now before the IRS acts first.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app. Or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer, Chicago.
Another night of bombing Iran despite a ceasefire. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News is fighting flares up for the third time this week.
Overnight, the United States unleashed powerful strikes against the Iranian regime. CENTCOM says that Iranian military surveillance systems, along with communication systems and air defense sites across Iran, were hit. Speaking from the Situation Room, President Trump told Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles hit locations as close to 40 miles from the capital of Tehran. Positions were also targeted along the southwestern part of Iran. The president described the strikes as violent and vicious. Also, President Trump says top Iranian officials called him directly, asking him to stop the bombing.
Fox's Trey Inks in Tel Aviv. Iran has retaliated.
Iranian strikes targeted locations in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan, all countries with a U.S. military presence. Kuwait condemned what it called sinful aggressions from Iran.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Jordan says it shot down 20 Iranian missiles. Oil prices down slightly the day after a worse than expected inflation report led to a stock market sell-off showing consumer prices rising the most in 3 years in May. Democrats are critical of a Trump comment that he loves the inflation. But the president insists he was taken out of context, adding he loves that prices are not higher and...
When the war's over?
Yes.
It's coming down.
I know you can't.
It's going to come down like a rock.
The president also says even as Iran insists it keeps blocking shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, a secret U.S. mission got commercial ships through the strait carrying 100 million barrels of oil. Drama in New York City last night in the NBA Finals.
The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback and lead it 3-1. Now one win away from a title.
The call on ABC, the Knicks hit the game-winning shot with a second left, completing the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history. The Spurs blew a 29-point second-half lead and lost 107-106. Game 5 will be Saturday in San Antonio. America's listening to Fox News.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist.
Hey everyone, it's Phil Simms.
Hey everyone, it's Danica McKellar. It's Candace Bushnell.
I'm Jeremiah Brown.
Hey everyone, I'm Kix Brooks.
I'm John Taffer.
I'm Jennifer Eden.
Everybody's Kevin Nealon.
It's Mr. Wonderful here, and it's time to take the quiz.
5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
Before the latest wave of U.S. attacks on Iran, War Secretary Pete Hegseth said,
the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
He also visited Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, where the U.S. still holds terror suspects, and he talked about the U.S. operation in the Eastern Pacific and Caribbean, targeting and taking out drug trafficking boats.
Secretary Hegseth said those measures include the campaign against narco-terrorists.
We are hunting you like we hunted al-Qaeda and ISIS in the Middle East.
The secretary said the U.S. is now getting support in that effort from other countries in the hemisphere. He also said Cuba has to make a decision on its future and potential reforms.
It would be unwise for the government of Cuba to try to procure or get access to the types of weapons that could reach this base or the American homeland. They would be inviting the kind of confrontation not only do they not want, but they could not stand.
He said the War Department will be prepared for all circumstances. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
The man accused of setting one of the deadly wildfires in the Los Angeles area last year is on trial, opening statements yesterday.
A federal prosecutor telling a jury in Los Angeles Jonathan Rinderknecht was motivated by resentment of the rich when he allegedly set a fire in the Pacific Palisades on New Year's Day of last year. A defense attorney arguing the 30-year-old is no arsonist and tried to stop the fire by calling 911 when he saw it break out. He's accused of setting an inferno that was put out by officials but reignited days later amid hurricane-force winds to become the Palisades Fire, which destroyed nearly 7,000 structures and killed 12 people. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
We will get another inflation update this morning, expected to also show an increase in prices at the wholesale level. Ahead of that, on Wall Street, stock futures are rising the day after a massive sell-off. The Dow plunged 953 points. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Whether you are old or young, no one likes to lose money. The market is at an all-time high. How much risk does your portfolio really have in it? Are you worried that you could lose your hard-earned money? Call TJ Stearns in Arlington Heights at 800-640-2256 for your free risk report. Call right now and we will include a full analysis of your portfolio. Don't wait until it's too late. Call TJ Stearns, a local and longtime sponsor on AM 560. Call 800-640-2256. Call now and tell him AM 560 sent you.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Patrick, CEO of Total Wall and a client of Signature Bank. We produce high-performance materials used in exterior insulating finish systems and other stucco applications. During a recent business transaction, I learned quickly that having the right banking partner matters. Signature Bank stepped in, took time to understand my business needs, and kept things moving. If you need a banking partner you can rely on, look for a team with real experience and a commitment to your success. For me, that's Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's finally happening. The Fed is making a change in leadership, and that could have a profound impact on the value of your retirement. When interest rates go down, the value of precious metals like gold and silver can surge. Call Advantage Gold right now at 800-900-8000 and get your free Gold and Silver Investor Guide, a $49 value plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's insightful book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Inside, you'll get honest information about gold, silver, and other precious metals, so you can explore your options with clarity and confidence. Our specialists can help you open a new account or transfer funds from an existing IRA, tax and penalty-free. Markets can turn fast, but gold has maintained its value through every cycle, often holding strong when other assets falter and when the dollar weakens. Are you positioned? Don't miss this opportunity. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000. Results may vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
If you're over 65 and struggling with knee pain, Joint Relief Institute offers a guaranteed way to treat it. It's non-surgical and often covered by Medicare and private insurance. It's JRI's Joint Arthritis Treatment, knee lubrication placement that's so accurate, it's 100% guaranteed and can relieve your knee and shoulder pain in 10 minutes or less. Book your risk-free consultation today and get back to walking, golfing, pickleball to cycling without pain or medication. Call 708-315-6800. Meet the provider, get an x-ray and joint consultation. Why wait? JRI has treated over 30,000 Chicagoans and performed over 400,000 procedures. You could be next. Over 5,000 five-star Google reviews can't be wrong.
Stop living in pain. Call the Joint Relief Institute today, 708-315-6800, or visit jointreliefinstitute.com. Locations in Glenview, Oak Brook, and Orland Park. That's 708-315-6800 for the Joint Relief Institute. Medicare and most private insurance plans accepted.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Monday, June 15th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones Financial Advisor Nolan Webster and by real estate broker Ed Dring at leavingil.com.
It's June 11th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is German Chocolate Cake Day, but it was not invented by the Germans. American baker Samuel German is credited with creating the dessert in the 1850s. Also on this day in 1963, the University of Alabama allows two African-American students, Vivian Malone and James A. Hood, to enroll. Segregationist Governor George Wallace, facing federalized Alabama National Guard troops, ends his blockade of the university. Tragedy in 1955, a race car in Le Mans, France, loses control, crashing into the stands filled with spectators, killing 82 people. Way back in 1776, the Continental Congress appoints 5 to write the Declaration of Independence. Born on this day in 1969, actor Peter Dinklage, known for his role as Tyrion Lannister on HBO's Game of Thrones, and 4-time Super Bowl winning quarterback Joe Montana in 1956. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
We work a lifetime to build a legacy for our families, but the most enduring gift you can give them is the peace of mind you provide when they need it most. When you pre-plan your arrangements at Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, you replace the weight of uncertainty with the gift of clarity. Secure today's costs and protect your family from making emotional and financial decisions at the time of need. It's a final act of love they'll never forget. Visit CatholicCemeteryChicago.org or call 708-236-5407.
This is Megan Basham of the Daily Wire, inviting you to join me for the 2026 Issues Etc. Making the Case Conference, Friday, June 12th and Saturday, June 13th at Concordia University, Chicago. I'll be speaking and signing copies of my book, Shepherds for Sale. And joining me at this annual conference for Christian laity are Molly Hemingway of The Federalist, Robert Spencer of Jihad Watch, and Aaron Hawley of Alliance Defending Freedom. Learn more at issuesetc.org. Issuesetc.org.
Are you prepared for the Illinois state tax? If your state is worth over $4 million, your heirs could face a tax bill of up to 16% when you pass. Financial advisor Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions can show you ways to potentially reduce or even eliminate that burden. One strategy is to start gifting assets during your lifetime to lower the taxable value of your estate. Another option is setting up irrevocable trusts, which can shield wealth from estate taxes. Charitable donations and life insurance policies can also be smart tools to offset tax liabilities. Call Scott Tucker and the Scott Tucker Solutions team now, 847-474-3888, or go to 560retirement.com. That's 847-474-3888, or go to 560retirement.com. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm may not give tax advice.
Rick Borick talks about the risk of being in the stock market right near retirement.
It's easy to drive around with no seatbelt on if you never think you're going to have an accident, right? And you go, well, it's never going to go down. I don't need protection for my portfolio. We're a big fan of getting those gains, but we're also a bigger fan of not taking huge losses.
Unleash your wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Have you been watching gold and silver lately? Hard to ignore. Back in January of 2025, silver was under $30 an ounce, and now it's more than doubled. Again, not bad, right? Some experts say this bull market is just getting started. Others say it's a good time to take some money off the table. Either way, whether you're buying or selling, Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is the place to go. They stock large quantities of all the major bullion coins and bars. And here's what sets them apart. Unlike places that only pay melt value, Fox Valley Coins pays more for high-grade coins and scarcer dates. That's real money left in your pocket. They also buy scrap sterling flatware, jewelry, silver-plated items, and old proof sets. And they specialize in U.S. and foreign collector and investment coins and currency, both buying and selling. Fox Valley Coins, one light north of I-88 on Route 59 at Ferry Road in Naperville. Family-owned with integrity since 1981.
Have you ever wondered, with all the different religions and interpretations of the Bible, how you can be sure that you're on the right path in your spiritual journey? The powerful new book, You and God by Peter Philippi, helps you answer this question and discover how to establish a truly personal relationship with God through biblical understanding and faith. Get your copy of You and God by Peter Philippi today by visiting pbmusa.org. That's pbmusa.org.
Platform safety is critical at your commercial and industrial facility. Keeping people safe and meeting OSHA requirements isn't optional.
That's why Vans Industrial offers free platform inspections by professional structural engineers who know exactly what to look for. Problems with platforms, ladders, or stairs can lead to costly fines or worse. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to protect people in your facility.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. With decades of experience, I bring long-standing industry knowledge from inspecting, correcting, and replacing countless platforms to make facilities safer. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor equipped to modify or replace steel catwalks, handrails, stairways, and ladders. Our union building trades professionals fabricate and install high-quality steel systems that create safer work environments.
Call 833-VANS-IND for a free platform inspection by professional structural engineers. See what else we can do for you. Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS Industrial.com.
All right, everybody cares about health, wellness, fitness, nutrition, and so many of us are guessing our way through our health, guessing what foods to eat, what supplements to take, wondering why some things make us feel better than others. Now, that's where Viome comes in. It's a simple, at-home gut health test that uses advanced RNA technology. It analyzes your gut microbiome to understand how your body is truly functioning in this moment. And from there, Viome then creates a personalized food and supplement plan designed specifically for your body. Right, Linda? You've been doing this.
I have been doing it, and the test is easy. It's got great steps. It walks you right through. It's easy to do. You can send it right in.
Take the guesswork out of it. Get real data. Go to VIOME/Hannity. VIOME.com/Hannity today. And when you follow their plan, you can expect better digestion, more energy, improved mood. Stop guessing. Start knowing.
President Trump has triggered a $200 billion tech disruption, and Wall Street is asleep at the switch. This $200 billion investment in chip technology could make today's artificial intelligence chips obsolete. Technology that will make today's AI data centers a thing of the past, like IBM's old mainframes. While most investors are focused on old-fashioned AI, there are 3 companies quietly building a trillion-dollar triangle that could transform every tech sector on Earth. These 3 companies are gearing up to develop and manufacture supercomputers the size of a dinner plate. Institutions like Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street are pouring more than $200 billion into this AI revolution. Investment guru George Gilder has been predicting tech revolutions for more than 40 years, including the iPhone, Netflix, and Amazon. Now he's got his finger on 3 companies whose technology will change tech forever. Log on to TrillionDollarTriangle.com to find out which 3 companies are working on what could be the biggest tech disruption since the internet. TrillionDollarTriangle.com. That's TrillionDollarTriangle.com.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Croscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Croscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Croscom.
Call Croscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Croscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Croscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Croscom.
Croscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Croscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CroscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Making the switch to a new communications and IT company may seem like a big ordeal, but if you're not getting the reliable support, consistent internet, and secure solutions your company needs, meet Access One, your local Chicagoland IT experts. Access One has been powering Chicago businesses with secure, reliable IT solutions for over 30 years from our headquarters right here in the West Loop. Whether it's VoIP phones, dedicated internet, managed cybersecurity, cloud backups, or 24/7 support, Access One is here for you. Serving thousands of companies from Naperville to the North Shore, Access One is Chicago-owned and Chicago-run, a trusted IT partner for law firms, clinics, tech startups to manufacturers. We'll make the switch easier than you think. Let's talk. Call 800-804-8333 or visit accessoneInc.com. Rated top 5% in customer satisfaction and a Better Business Bureau A+ rated business. That's accessoneInc.com. Tech made personal, locally.
Hey AM 560 listeners, Jeff checking in again from JeffBuysYourHouse.com. What I learned serving our great nation in the military is that every mission is unique and success starts with listening. For nearly 20 years, our veteran-led house buying team has taken the time to understand what matters most to each homeowner we serve. Every home has a story, and every seller has different needs. Whether you want a quick closing or need extra time to find your next place, we customize our approach around what works best for you. That's how we've earned hundreds of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the BBB, by putting relationships first. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and you pick the closing date that works best for your schedule. At JeffBuysYourHouse.com, we're here to help you through the entire transition, not just the transaction. Are you ready to work with a local team that takes the time to understand your home selling needs? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us today at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
I'm attorney Stephen Leahy. If you're a business owner with unfiled tax returns, tax season is not your friend. This is when the IRS turns up the heat. They match 1099s. They review payroll filings. They compare bank deposits. And when returns are missing, they don't send you a warning. They take action. Penalties stack up fast. Liens become public. Bank levies can drain your account. I see it every year. Good business owners who waited too long. Not because they're crooks, but because they were overwhelmed. Let me be clear. Hiding makes it worse. Action makes it fixable. I help business owners get compliant, file what's missing, and negotiate from a position of strength, not fear. Don't wait for the next certified letter. Don't wait for a levy. Go to fightbacknow.com and sign up for my daily email. I'll tell you exactly what to do next, step by step. Or call me right now at 312-664-6649. Act now before the IRS acts first.
Platform safety is critical at your commercial and industrial facility. Keeping people safe and meeting OSHA requirements isn't optional. That's why Vans Industrial offers free platform inspections by professional structural engineers who know exactly what to look for. Problems with platforms, ladders, or stairs can lead to costly fines or worse. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to protect people in your facility.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. With decades of experience, I bring long-standing industry knowledge from inspecting, correcting, and replacing countless platforms to make facilities safer. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor equipped to modify or replace steel catwalks, handrails, stairways, and ladders. Our union building trades professionals fabricate and install high-quality steel systems that create safer work environments.
Call 833-VANS-IND for a free platform inspection by professional structural engineers. See what else we can do for you. Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS Industrial.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a severe thunderstorm to develop late this afternoon. Otherwise, the day will be very warm and humid with a mix of clouds and sun. It'll be breezy in the afternoon. There is a significant risk of damaging winds, destructive hail, tornadoes, and flooding downpours. The high temperature will reach 87 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Does anybody know if Jussie Smollett is in town filming? I ask only because there was a burning cross at Grant Park. ABC7 reporting two women, their daughter, that saw this burning cross in Grant Park while driving by on Lakeshore Drive, ostensibly.
A cross burning, leaning against a tree in the middle of the afternoon in Grant Park. On its face, an unmistakable symbol of white supremacy and hate, spotted by a mother and daughter who could not believe their eyes.
We even stopped in our tracks because we were just like, what?
That was yesterday.
We were just like, has anybody seen the Asandario brothers lately? 312-642-5600. Our alphawealthgroup.com call and text line. It's remarkable how credulous this is being reported by the Chicago press corps. Do they live in the same Chicago that I used to live in? I mean, is there any institutional memory at all that might lend a bit of skepticism to it, including the fact that the police are looking for an arson suspect, but not a hate crime suspect? Because until there's evidence to support the claim. They don't want to go down this Jussie Smollett noose at the Obama land worksite rabbit hole again. You know what I mean? But, of course, that doesn't stop the professional race hustlers in Chicago from doing so. And when I say professional race hustler in Chicago, two names should jump to mind: Jackson and Flager. And we have both. And, of course, the Chicago Press Corps does, because they don't know anybody else to talk to on issues of race, certainly race hustle, if this is one, than Flager and A. Jackson. Jesse Sr. not available, so they went with Yusuf. First, Flager.
This was so premeditated. You made this cross somewhere, you carried it, got it downtown, you put it in one of the most visible spots in Chicago, and then you set it afire.
Yeah? And who do you think did it? But Flager's out there with a $10,000 reward. Couldn't $10,000 be put to better use for his St. Sabina parishioners? I mean, I'm just saying.
St. Sabina's father, Michael Flager, today offering a $10,000 reward for any information that leads to an arrest.
This is a decades-old symbol of hate and supremacy, and the Ku Klux Klan, this is their symbol.
We know. The issue is, which Chicagoland chapter of the KKK do you think is responsible? Father. Oh, ha. Yeah. Come on. I mean, come on. Yusuf Jackson, the Jackson who is available, living comfortably on his Anheuser-Busch distributorship cash. But now he's giving back to the community by carrying on his father's work, Rainbow Push.
The image of the burning cross is one that reaps terror, and it's beneath the dignity of our society to continue that.
Yeah, we agree. And so you just have to dance around this because even they know, and they don't want to get too far out over their skis until the details come into focus. Now, the police have released a picture of a person of interest, some guy in a backpack without a shirt on who was near the scene at the time. Okay, maybe. And even if that is the guy, his motivation. But I know this is MAGA country. I remember. I used to live in MAGA country there in Streeterville by that subway. The famous subway. Roy and Glen Ellen.
Uh-oh, Dan, you keep saying the Chicago I used to live in and you used to live here.
Yes.
You're not allowed. Get Chicago out of your mouth.
I will when the Bears do. Thanks for the call, Roy. Joe in Naperville.
Yeah, well, I would never condone that, and I wouldn't do it myself. Isn't the burning of the cross actually protected by the First Amendment? And how come these people aren't so upset when they burn the American flag?
Well, it's protected by the First Amendment. Thanks, Joe. Technically, but not on public ground and but potentially an uncontrolled burn there. That's just why they're looking for somebody to charge with arson, which, yeah, I mean, yes, I can see that. Of course, Governor Jellybelly weighed in. He's Johnny on the spot for moral indignation. He posted on X, "Let me be clear." Oh, he's serious. Ho. Shh. All right, everybody quiet down. Let me be clear. Hate has no home here in Illinois. Except the antipathy that the governor directs to half of his constituents. That's the only acceptable hate. Tom in Blue Island.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Dan, I'm going to add one because I didn't know you were going to go to Pritzker. When you hear a politician say, "Let me be clear," you know what's coming next. You know what's coming next is a joke. But where'd Flager get the $10,000 of pocket change, Dan?
Well, he doesn't take a vow of poverty, Tom. I don't know. I don't know if he's taking it from the collection plate or if it's out of his 401k. I'm not sure. That's a good question, though. Thanks for the call. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The important thing is he's going to get to the bottom of it. Bill, Northwest Side.
Yeah, Dan, it's been 7 years since the proof, quote unquote, of the Jesse Smollett incident. That was their proof then of white supremacy. Now they have their new proof of white supremacy with this burning cross. That's their new thing to hang on to. Now they got a new talking point.
Thanks for the call, Bill. Well, when racism ceases to be a prevailing issue, the race hustlers will invent illustrations of racism to keep the hustle going. I mean, our friend Will Riley, professor at Kentucky State, wrote a whole book about it. It just happens over and over again. Does that mean racism doesn't exist? No. It runs in a lot of different directions these days, not just the one direction the left obsesses about. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, maybe it has something to do with the Bears leaving Chicago and the end of the T formation.
Yes, still not over that. Could be. This is why police are exercising restraint. Thank you, George.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. Most of us spend our entire lives in the paycheck mode. You work, you get 30% taken from the G, you pay your bills, repeat and rinse. And that's how time goes by. Then all of a sudden you're old. Retirement hits. Suddenly, you're the one who has to figure out your paycheck that isn't there anymore. Markets are bumpy, prices are up, things can get stressful real fast. That's why having a real income plan matters. Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group can help you build a strategy to turn your hard-earned savings into a reliable retirement income. They coordinate with your Social Security and your tax planning so you can stop wondering if you're withdrawing the right amount at the right time. Tom Fortino and the people of Alpha Wealth Group have been doing this for 30 years. They can help you by giving you a complimentary retirement roadmap. And all you have to do is call 630-864-6711. That's 630-864-6711 or online at alphawealthgroup.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
All right, coming up at 5:38, more action on the Hill. A couple of major school district superintendents were put through the ringer by House Republicans, including the CPS CEO. Some on politics in the classroom, some on gender politics in the school. We'll have some of what CPS CEO had to say, Loudoun County CEO. That's at 5:38. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
66 degrees this morning on AM 560, The Answer. In our QC Kinetics newsroom, warm day ahead again. Clouds and sun, breezy in the afternoon, and we cannot rule out another round of severe afternoon thunderstorms with wind gusts more than 70 miles an hour. Fast-moving storms blew through the Chicago area Wednesday afternoon, prompting watches and warnings, and wind gusts topping 75 from Homer Glen to Northerly Island. Trees were down, a Stickney condo building damaged, windows blown out of some South Loop high-rises, and Metro service was snarled by the late afternoon storms. The Storm Prediction Center has most of northern Illinois and northwest Indiana under a level 3 risk for severe storms today. A male victim overnight has been found stabbed and critically hurt at a CTA bus terminal in Jefferson Park. Chicago police say it happened around 10:30 in the 4900 block of North Milwaukee Avenue. A 5-year-old boy is dead after being shot inside of a home in the south suburbs. Riverdale police tell us they responded to a home in the 1300 block of South State around 6:05 for reports of a child being shot. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office identified him as Rosan Garrett. Riverdale police investigating that as a homicide. The suspect accused of killing Chicago police officer John Bartholomew was back in court on Wednesday. Alfonso Talley pleaded not guilty, arraigned on a slew of charges, including murder for the April shooting at Swedish Hospital. Talley's public defender objected to prosecution request for a DNA sample. A judge denied that motion. In other news, we're following this morning, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates Wednesday told the House Oversight Committee that he, quote, never victimized anyone, end quote, as the investigation continues into Jeffrey Epstein. And meetings with Epstein were grave errors in judgment, said Gates, according to prepared remarks. New data released Wednesday shows inflation continues to climb. Prices in May were up 4.2%. House Republicans on Capitol Hill Wednesday grilled the CEO of the Chicago Public Schools, Macquillan King, was subpoenaed to testify before the House Committee on Education. King was one of 3 school superintendents who appeared.
Is 77% failure rate reading okay? 76% failure rate in math, and 88% of our black students not being able to read. Is that okay, Dr. King? Is that success or failure?
That is not acceptable.
Burgess Owens grilling King, who defended the district's diversity as a strength, noting it helps meet a variety of student needs. Davis Martin threw 6 scoreless innings for his 9th win as the White Sox beat Atlanta 2-1 Wednesday night to move into first place in the AL Central. The lowly Colorado Rockies beat the slumping Cubs 3-2. The news is a service this hour of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show. Sign up for their podcast at chicago.podcast.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and in 2 minutes, a check of your AccuWeather forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
If you listen to the mainstream media and the Democrats, you'd think it was a sin to be black and conservative. Well, John Anthony blows up that perception every week on Black and Right. Join John this Saturday afternoon at 4 when he pushes back against the left and its regressive, progressive agenda that tries to dictate how people should think or feel about politics. Listen to Black and Right this Saturday afternoon at 4 right here on AM 560. The Answer. Picture warm Gulf breezes, turquoise waters, white sand beaches. Now, add evenings of conversation with Salem Media's Mike Gallagher, Scott Jennings, Larry O'Connor, and Jennifer Horn. This November, sail from Fort Lauderdale to the Bahamas, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, and Mexico on a 7-day journey built for those who love this country. Book your cabin today when you text the word cruise to 94878. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary the right way on the Gulf of America Cruise. Book your cabin now. Text the word cruise to 94878.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. You know, most of us spend our entire lives in the paycheck mode. You work, you get 30% taken from the G, you pay your bills, repeat, and rinse. And that's how time goes by. Then all of a sudden, you're old. Retirement hits. Suddenly, you're the one who has to figure out your paycheck that isn't there anymore. Markets are bumpy, prices are up, things can get stressful real fast. That's why having a real income plan matters. Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group can help you build a strategy to turn your hard-earned savings into a reliable retirement income. They coordinate with your Social Security and your tax planning, so you can stop wondering if you're withdrawing the right amount at the right time. Tom Fortino and the people of Alpha Wealth Group have been doing this for 30 years. They can help you by giving you a complimentary retirement roadmap. And all you have to do is call 630-864-6711. That's 630-864-6711. Or online at alphawealthgroup.com.
Your kitchen's outdated. Your bathroom feels cramped. Every day you wait, prices go up. And you keep living in a space that doesn't work. At Forever Remodeling, one team handles everything: design, planning, and installation, start to finish. We show you your new space in 3D before we ever break ground. No surprises. With flexible financing options, the home you want is closer than you think. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com to schedule your personalized in-home design consultation.
Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a severe thunderstorm to develop late this afternoon. Otherwise, it will be very warm and humid with a mix of clouds and sun. It'll be breezy this afternoon with a high of 87. There is a significant risk of damaging winds, destructive hail, tornadoes, and flooding downpours. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. CPS getting some national profile. And you know, that's always bad news. Macklin King is the latest Soviet functionary to head up that school system, such as it is. She was whistled before the Committee on Education, House Committee on Education and Workforce, along with some other big city school superintendents or county school superintendents, particularly those that have turned over their school district to, professional leftist agitators and advocates. So that certainly qualifies in Chicago. Loudoun County, Virginia, also represented by Aaron Spence, the superintendent there. They've been in the news. We'll get to him in a second. But Macklin King was questioned about a couple of things, but the most excited exchange was between Ms. King and Florida Representative Randy Fine. And this was over that May Day walkout. Day of Civic Action. You'll recall, we talked about that. Jackson Potter, who is second in command over at CTU behind Stacey Davis Gates, on behalf of the union, really pushing CPS in advance of International Workers' Day. I mean, that is a religious holiday to CTU, obviously. Jackson Potter saying at the time, if we still want to have a democracy in the midterms this November, it's not loaded language, Day of Civic Action, public schools that provide our students with quality education, which ones are those? And unions to defend workers' rights, then it is up to every Chicagoan to stand up for what we believe in and show the authoritarian billionaire in Washington. Golly, I wonder who he's referencing. That when he breaks every rule, we will not go along with business as usual. That was the disposition of the CTU in advance of the May Day, why they wanted the kids out. So there was this protracted negotiation. We'll consider classes will still be in session, but CPS, Ms. King, agreed to provide transportation for the kids while during the day when class is supposed to be in session to go out and protest Trump with Jackson Potter, which was nice. I like when Soviets all get along. So that's the basis of Randy Fine's questioning about advocacy in and around the classroom.
You said that May 1st event was not a politically slated event. That's the quote that you said. But I have right here the permission slip that folks were expected to sign. And the permission slip says students will engage in political advocacy. So do you want to change your testimony to this committee about it not being a politically slated event?
No, I do not. I'm not familiar with the field trip that you're holding up. And
Will you commit to investigate this permission slip where the
Yeah,
parents
right.
had to sign
Investigate
something
it.
saying you're going to will engage in political advocacy? Will you commit to investigate this and hold them responsible since you represented to us it was not a politically slated event?
I will commit.
Great. Next thing I want to do, since again you don't seem to know what happened on that day,
Or care.
here is one of the non-politically slated events. This is a student, one of your students, transported on a taxpayer-funded bus, equating the President of the United States with Hitler. The sign literally says, "The Trump fascist regime must go now." Would that qualify as not a politically slated event that this student went to during class time when he should have been learning? This is not a politically slated event?
Well, learning CPS.
I'm not aware of that student and that poster being connected to the.
Okay, then let me ask you this. If you grant that what I'm saying is true, I understand you're going to plead ignorant, but if what I'm stating is true, would this be a politically slated event?
We do not support or condone.
That's not my question. Would this be a politically slated event? Would the information you gave to
prepared
the
statement
committee
I'd
be
like to
incorrect?
read.
Maybe you didn't know. I'll grant that. But would you agree if what I'm saying is true, that the information that you gave to this committee was false?
If what you're saying is true and was reported, Chicago Public Schools would investigate.
Great. And will you commit to investigate this as well?
Investigate
I'm
it.
not familiar with that.
Will you?
I'm not
will you
familiar
commit
with
to
an
look into it?
investigation.
If you could give me more details.
We will. All right, great. I'm going to take that as a yes.
I mean, it's fun, isn't it? The protracted discussions you have to have for the simplest things when you're dealing with these bureaucrats or politicians, for the most part, too, when they're bailing water or trying to appease their actual constituency while pretending that you're part of it. As I said, Macklin King, next Soviet up, and CPS just rolls on its square wheels, hemorrhaging kids, and basically participating in the destruction of the future with respect to most of the kids who are left. It's sad. It's not funny. It's just funny to listen to that. We have a kid holding up a Trump, the end of Trump fascist, Nazi, Trump regime, whatever. He's Hitler. Would you consider that political advocacy? That's, it's not really my field of expertise. I'll commit to an investigation. Let me get back to you on that, Representative Fine. Sure you will. Sure you will. And you got those sorts of answers from King that you would expect on issues like transing kids in school, too, which is, I know, a popular position for the CTU apparatchiks as well. Speaking of which, Loudoun County, it's remarkable. Northern Virginia has not learned the lessons from the sexual assaults, plural, that occurred in the schools that really buoyed Glenn Youngkin's gubernatorial candidacy 4 years ago. Led a lot of Chardonnay Antifa types in the wealthy suburbs of Northern Virginia to break from Terry McAuliffe and install a Republican. But they're back at it. I mean, you're not going to disabuse them of their ideology, and so they'll quiet down for a time when they've been exposed, criticized, found to be wanting in terms of leadership and problem solving and providing for the safety of their students. But then they'll be back at it. And this has been the situation, something that's been happening over the sort of developing over the last month. Nick Minnock is a reporter inside the Beltway. Has done great reporting on this, local network affiliate reporter, as has Andy No. This is Freedom High School, where we have another incident, I should say, actually multiple incidents, like upwards of 40, of a trans kid in the opposite sex's bathroom taking pictures of his classmates, in the locker room, bathroom. Problem.
Hey everyone, Nick Minock here with 7 News. I want to tell you about a story we just broke on WJLA.com. I learned that a student at Freedom High School in Loudoun County is accused of photographing and videotaping other students underneath the bathroom stalls in school. The principal sent at least 2 emails to the school community about this. And my sources tell me there are more than 40 victims, and this has been going on for more than 3 years. This is a developing story. A lot more is going to come out on this. We'll have all the updates on WJLA.com.
The interesting thing about this story is that it was initially assumed, because of course nobody's talking from the school district, including the guy you're about to hear from, who was before that committee yesterday, Superintendent Spence. 3 years. It was assumed that it was girls who were victims. It turns out it was a trans girl, I guess, or it was a girl pretending, a girl pretending to be a boy who was recording the boys in the boys' locker room. And last year, Loudoun County punished 2 boys who objected to a girl recording them in the locker room. The boys got punished. I know you need a scorecard when it comes to this gender-bending business.
Do you guys actually have a comment on the Freedom incident, on the allegations of the boy recording in the bathroom? We have.
I sent you information. We're live at Chantilly at Freedom High School, where these concerning allegations have been coming from for 3 years. 7 News has been trying to get answers directly from LCPS, but we have yet to receive a statement. Sources telling 7 News a transgender student at Freedom High School is accused of filming boys without pants or underwear on in bathroom stalls. Those sources add that there are more than 40 victims over 3 years, but the school did not notify parents until roughly 2 weeks ago when the principal sent an email. That's a timeline very concerning to LCPS parents.
I did not know until just now that the school knew about it. If that's the case, that's really bad. That's, the school protecting the wrong party.
Yeah.
Now, 7 News also spoke with an attorney who believes that the district could face legal action from parents under Title IX. Now, the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office is also investigating these claims, and if we hear anything from the district, we'll make sure to pass that along to you. For now, reporting live in Chantilly, I'm Liana Golden, 7 News.
Thanks, Liana. So I'm not clear if it was a girl pretending to be a boy or a boy pretending to be a girl. I don't know. And Aaron Spence, who's the superintendent, he's not talking. He's not commenting on a specific incident or 40 of them. So Michigan Representative Lisa McClain pretended that the facts in this case were just a hypothetical. And if we could get your response to what the school district should or shouldn't do in this hypothetical that turns out to be reality-based. And this was that exchange. Almost as frustrating as the exchange between Randy Fine and CPS CEO Macklin King.
Since you're afraid to speak in specifics, even though your guidelines
not
are
going to speak
specific.
about a specific student incident.
Okay, just out of curiosity, why not?
Because I'm not at liberty to
Sure you are.
share
You're
information
choosing not to. This
about
isn't
student
a
disciplinary
can't,
matters.
sir. You're a highly educated individual. You know you can speak on specifics. This is a won't, but I'll give you your world. Let's speak in hypotheticals. So hypothetically speaking, there are 3 boys in a locker room. Hypothetically speaking, what usually happens in a locker room? People change in a locker room. They undress. It should be a private space, hypothetically speaking, right, sir? Mr. Spence, you paying attention?
I am.
Okay, great. So hypothetically speaking, is that correct?
Hypothetically speaking,
Super. Great.
I'm just to clarify. Hypothetically speaking,
hypothetically
students change in locker rooms and should be able to change.
Right, it's kind of a private space, right? Yeah, good. I'm glad we agree. So let me get this. In what universe, hypothetically speaking, would it make sense to you for a biological female, or anyone for that matter, to come in and begin videotaping me, and then the three boys that hypothetically in your world got videotaped, got a 10-day suspension, and the perpetrator, the biological female in the boys' bathroom that's supposed to be a safe space, which you say is completely unacceptable to film in safe places. Could you explain in what realm, what universe, hypothetically speaking, that biological female would receive a lesser sentence? The person that does the filming gets, say, hypothetically, a 1-day in-school suspension, hypothetically. But the victims that got filmed got a 10-day suspension, hypothetically. What's your response to that hypothetical question?
Our school division would not discipline students absent a violation of our disciplinary policies.
Excuse me? What the heck does that mean?
So
in what realm does that make sense to you?
A violation of our disciplinary
So what realm
policies.
does that make sense to you, sir?
Our school division.
That's a great answer to a question I didn't
discipline
ask.
students absent a violation of our disciplinary
The
policies.
victims got a 10-day suspension, hypothetically. The person, the biological female that did the filming got a 1-day suspension, hypothetically. You're telling me that's okay? That's tolerable? That's cool? That's acceptable?
As I said before, our school district would not discipline students.
You are extremely weak, pathetic, and thank God my children didn't go to your school.
I disagree with your characterization.
You can disagree hypothetically.
Time
has expired.
You're not going to stipulate that you're weak and pathetic and nobody kids should be in your charge. Yeah, well, no surprise there. But yeah, the classic case. I love that. I mean, it's the same thing that the CPS CEO did, right? Here's a line in our disciplinary manual that I'm just going to repeat. So I can't won't comment on like a human being to try and explain to you why victims would be punished more than the perpetrator. I can just read to you this line from this manual because I don't have the ability to think for myself. I refuse to think for myself. This is why we have a manual. There's nothing happening here between my ears. There's just a bunch of political cant that I recite, and it all was memorialized in this manual that we have. I'm in no position to make judgment calls or offer explanations to constituents, members of Congress, victims' families. I mean, I guess according to Representative McClain, it was a girl in the boys' room. Regardless, the whole business is problematic, and it's been problematic in Northern Virginia for years now, both in Fairfax and Loudoun counties. 2 counties dominated by Roffles, rich, angry, white, leftist females, and pathetic men like Superintendent Spence.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Let Cole Digital turn your outdoor space into the ultimate entertainment setup. With a 75-inch SunBright outdoor TV that can stay out year-round and great sound throughout. Like planter speakers on the patio, high-quality rock speakers that blend right into your landscape, or bronze garden speakers that blend into the environment. Our technicians will dig a hole and install an in-ground subwoofer for incredible bass and the best in sound quality. We also install outdoor rated access points for Wi-Fi coverage throughout your yard, and cameras that let you keep an eye on everything with motion-activated recording. Tour our Cole Digital Design Center, 15,000 square feet of audio, video, and great design ideas. Cole Digital is family owned by conservatives that share your values, and we're based right in Frankfurt. Visit Cole Digital today and schedule your consultation. ColeDigital.com. That's KOLE digital.com, or call 815-469-2000, and we'll bring the showroom to you. 815-469-2000. Cole Digital, what smart living is all about.
Fight or flight? In Illinois, you've got both options. You can stay and fight, engage in local races, work to change things. Or you can vote with your feet. At leavingil.com, we help you build a smart exit plan so you know where to go, when to go, and how to do it right. Take our quick exit readiness assessment. Go to leavingil.com. That's leavingil.com. Or call 224-800-6979.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. The 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence is approaching quickly. The document, as I often point out to my listeners, is, to quote Abraham Lincoln, an apple of gold protected by the frame of silver that is the Constitution. He borrowed from Psalms there. All Americans, indeed all the free world, have a lot to celebrate in this, our 250th year of independence. The Declaration asserted the existence of rights of individuals that exist before any government, no matter the form of that government, comes into being. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The great day of the 4th is, from beginning to end, about love of our country, because our country defends our individual rights, rights derived, back to the Declaration, from the laws of nature and nature's God. It is quite a gift that we have been given, a gift that needs to be defended.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560. The Answer.
Text from 219 on the Loudoun County matter. Sounds like the movie remake title should be Porky's Trans Revenge. Yeah. Minus the funny. Not that Porky's was actually that funny. Anyway, coming up at 6:06, more fallout from the Carmelo Anthony guilty verdict. It's now 6 o'clock at AM 560 WIND.
We hit them very hard. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump told Fox during a second night of attacks in Iran, calling it violent and vicious as he insists Iran keeps tapping us along on a potential deal.
CENTCOM says Iranian military surveillance capabilities, along with air defense systems and communication sites, were hit.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv.
Now, in response, the Iranians launched ballistic missiles and drones at Gulf countries, including Bahrain and Kuwait. The Jordanian army says they dealt with at least 20 Iranian ballistic missiles in the skies of their country. Today, the Iranian Foreign Ministry says the strikes overnight rendered the ceasefire practically meaningless.
As Iran keeps insisting it's blocking shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump says the U.S. in a secret mission got more than 200 ships through, carrying 100 million barrels of oil. Oil prices have been down slightly this morning, but the spike up for oil and gas in this conflict drove inflation in May to the biggest rise in 3 years.
But President Trump says he's not concerned.
You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why?
The president says that's because he predicts prices will plummet once military action is over in Iran.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern of the White House. Carmelo Anthony's lawyers have filed an appeal to Tuesday's murder conviction in Texas and a 35-year prison sentence for stabbing a 17-year-old in a confrontation last year. And related to that, Fox's Chris Foster reports a right-wing influencer has been arrested.
Jake Lang's charged with making terroristic threats. He led protests outside the courthouse in Frisco, Texas, saying Carmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree, allegedly threatening to kill Anthony himself if he wasn't convicted of murdering Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year. Anthony was convicted. He's black. Metcalf was white. So's Jake Lang.
A comeback like no other in NBA Finals history.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Got no good. The tip, it's gone. It's gone.
OG Anunoby's game winner for the Knicks came with a second left to complete a 29-point second-half comeback, beating the Spurs 107-106 on ABC. America's listening to Fox News. 66 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Mike Scott in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A warm day ahead, clouds and sun. Watch out for afternoon severe storms. And it was fast-moving storms that blew through the Chicago area Wednesday afternoon, prompting watches and warnings. Wind gust 70 to 75 miles an hour in the area. Trees downed, a Stinkney condo building damaged, and Metra service was snarled by the afternoon storms. This morning, the Severe Storms Storm Prediction Center has most of northern Illinois and northwest Indiana under a level 3 risk for severe storms. A male victim was found stabbed late last night, critically hurt at a CTA bus terminal in Jefferson Park. Chicago police say the stabbing occurred around 10:30 p.m. in the 4900 block of North Milwaukee. The suspect accused of killing Chicago police officer John Bartholomew was back in court Wednesday. Alfonso Talley pleaded not guilty after being arraigned on several charges, including murder for the April shooting at Swedish Hospital. Talley's public defender objected to the prosecution request for a DNA sample, but the judge denied that motion. And a batch of mosquitoes collected from Fox River Grove has tested positive for West Nile virus in McHenry County. Davis Martin tossed 6 scoreless innings for his 9th win as the White Sox beat Atlanta 2-1 Wednesday night, moving into first place in the AL Central. The lowly Colorado Rockies beat the slumping Cubs 3-2. The news, a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency. Go to surroundchicago.com today. We'll have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio with your host, Roger Piper. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about home improvement. Listen every Saturday at noon for Home Answers right here on AM 560 The Answer. Sponsored in part by JeffBuysYourHouse.com and by CenterGuard Plumbing.
Now, this 25th anniversary of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation remains committed to honoring the heroes shaped by that day. Heroes like NYPD Detective Victor Vargas, a U.S. Air Force veteran who died from pancreatic cancer after serving in the World Trade Center recovery efforts. Tunnel to Towers honored Detective Vargas by paying off the family's mortgage. You can donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Shh, here he comes. Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction, and the drilling is only during business hours. It's so loud.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money, getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor. It's plaster from your ceiling.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Listen to AM 560 on your smartphone or mobile device at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Stevenson inbound on-ramp from the Veterans Memorial Toll. Report of an accident with injuries right at I-355 this morning. I-57 accident in the cleanup stages. I-57 inbound between 127 and Halstead. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But first, a check of your forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect a severe thunderstorm to develop late this afternoon. Otherwise, it will be very warm and humid with a mix of clouds and sun. It'll be breezy this afternoon with a high of 87. There is a significant risk of damaging winds, destructive hail, tornadoes, and flooding downpours. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and as you heard from Mike Scott's on Mike Scott's newscast, Carmelo Anthony's lawyers have moved to appeal his murder conviction and associated 35-year prison sentence. And the fallout among the identitarian set continues, led by fake eyelashes Spice of the Socialist Spice Girls, Jasmine Crockett, who will be departing Congress at the end of this term. That's one positive result of the midterms already, well before November. And, I mean, the things that she said in terms of her immediate hot take, the knife was too small. It was like a little Swiss Army knife with the scissors and the magnifying glass. Austin Metcalf, the victim, was a 300-pound football player who put a beat down on Carmelo Anthony. He played football. He wasn't 300 pounds, and he didn't put any beat down on Carmelo Anthony. But other than that, the blade was a 5-inch blade. But other than that, she was minimizing the knife to suggest that it wasn't a deadly weapon, even though it was the weapon that was used literally to murder someone. And then, of course, the comment that is, I mean, it takes, I don't know exactly what it takes. It takes a combination of a lot of character flaws all wrapped into one to say something like this in the direction of a mother grieving the loss of her son. I mean, still in real time. And I'll read you what they had to say during sentencing, because, of course, the victim's family gets to make statements, and they made statements in the direction of Carmelo Anthony. And I actually, it's in some respects, feel bad for Carmelo Anthony as it pertains to his family and how they spent the $600,000 that was raised by contributions from people who hate white people, hate the justice system. How they spent it wasn't on Carmelo Anthony, wasn't on their son's defense, I'll tell you that. But for Jake, just going back to what she said, I mean, in a sense, it can't be played enough just to show you, as I said the other day, the grotesque nature of identitarianism in full blossom.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way. And we're going to have just some real conversations about race in this country.
Well, Jasmine Crockett, as you might expect, just continued to double down, providing additional analysis, changing her understanding of the facts in the case slightly, you might pick up on. But remember, Jasmine Crockett is an attorney. She'll be, I assume, hanging out a shingle or going to get some job as a rainmaker at a big firm in Dallas or something when she's done in Congress. You want this woman representing you, your legal interests?
He ended up hitting Austin one time, and it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining, and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact that honestly anybody else who did something with such a small object, all I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon.
So if this were a white boy in his exact same position, you don't think he'd get a 35-year sentence?
I would guarantee you it wouldn't have happened. I don't even know if he would have been convicted, because if a white boy would have said that they were afraid of a black boy, something tells me that that jury that didn't have any black people on it, they would have believed him in his fear.
Well, there's so many different opinions on this case. I mean, even your Republican colleague, Randy Fine, he's saying that he should get the death penalty. Your take on that?
Again, racism.
312-642-5600, alphawealthgroup.com. Call and text line. What to say about Jasmine Crockett? Really? But just in case you thought she was the only officer of the court saying outlandish things, and I guess this is sort of where we are culturally, the more outlandish, reckless things you say in the direction of a certain political point of view, the more attention you get and the more followers you get for the purposes of votes, money, combination of the two, within your tribe or collection of tribes. Okay. I mean, you reward people like Jasmine Crockett, you get more of them. What a society extols, it begets. A former prosecutor. I guess now an attorney in private practice. Her name is Thelma Anderson. This is what she had to say outside of the courthouse after the verdict.
I said, as a former prosecutor, this was a legal lynching that happened in this slaughterhouse. This is a slaughterhouse. This is not a courthouse. This courthouse is designed when you would come here and you look like us, to slaughter you. That's what they were. Those twins are domestic racist terrorists.
The courthouse is a slaughterhouse. This was a public lynching. I'm sorry, who is the dead person here? Who is the murder the murder victim? It's a slaughterhouse. It was a public lynching. Austin and Hunter Metcalf are domestic racist terrorists. Counselor, would you like to provide any evidence to support that claim? Has anybody seen anything about being a racist or being a terrorist or being a racist terrorist from the Metcalf boys or the Metcalf family? In point of fact, the father, if you remember last year, Austin Metcalf's father forgave Carmelo Anthony for killing his son as the Christian thing to do in the almost immediate aftermath of the murder. Forgave him. We played the clip the other day because Mom was asked about that by Will Cain on Fox a year ago, back in April of 2025. And she said, while weeping, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. But that's a family of racist terrorists. Okay. Ron, Southside, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan. Man, people like her, they are sick and discuss it. And thanks for playing that piece from the King the other day, to offset this disturbing
Alveda King, yeah.
Yes, yeah. That's representative of black people like Robert Woodson Sr. That's the majority of us. Trust me. And a father of the 35-year-old black son and stuff that. But when I hear that, it is just disturbing and stuff. So I'm just gonna tell you, man. She said how she feels, and I'm gonna say how I feel. You know what? You are disturbed, and you are absolutely a piece of garbage to be saying those kind of things. So, thanks, Dan.
Thanks for the call, Ron. Maybe if the Southern Poverty Law Center still exists by the time she gets out of Congress, she could get a gig there. I'm sure they'd welcome her. She does what they do. She's a racial arsonist. That's what she is. She knows what she's doing. She's too smart. I mean, too well educated. Not smart in like a wise sense of the word. Not even in a legal sense of the word based on I don't know. I can't remember what law school she went to. I don't know that they want that profile. Text from 773, Crockett angling to be Crump, Benjamin Crump, yeah. Pays well. Neil in the Grange.
Good morning, Dan. The comments she made where a white police officer shoots an unarmed black man, isn't that like a very, very low statistic?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I mean, almost like very rarely happens.
It very rarely happens. I think we talked about this the other day. I think that the estimates that when you survey people, especially across the partisan divide, even Republicans have a way distorted view of how often that happens. I think in the year we talked about it was 10 incidents, and then you still have to look at each of the incidents. Even if the suspect was unarmed, it doesn't necessarily mean that deadly force wasn't appropriate. But the point is to say, it is so often repeated. They know what they're doing. It is intended to distort your understanding of reality.
That's right. If they just keep repeating the same lie over and over and over, it rarely happens.
That's right. Thanks for the call, Neil. But I mean, what did Jasmine Crockett say that was true? She can't even get the basic facts of the case right. This public lynching, this slaughterhouse, this he wouldn't have even been convicted if it was a white kid who had stabbed and killed a black kid. I mean, let me ask the follow-up. So if a white kid, if it was the reverse, if Austin Metcalf had stabbed and killed Carmelo Anthony, and since this actually happened at trial, and one of Austin Metcalf's witnesses for the defense would have said, you know what, Austin Metcalf was wrong. Do you think Austin Metcalf would have been convicted in that scenario? Because that's what actually happened. Even Austin Metcalf's defense attorney in this hypothetical would have argued at the outset that Carmelo Anthony fell on his knife when the jury gasped in horror at the silliness of such a contention. You think that would have skewed the jury, regardless of the racial composition, towards a conviction? Of course. But those facts don't matter to Jasmine Crockett. That's not her game. Her game is not arguing the law or arguing the facts. It's attacking people based on immutable characteristics who are not part of her tribe for the purposes of political power / payout. Simple formulation. I mean, in Chicago, we should be used to this. We just talked about the Burning Cross last hour and the usual suspects, Flagler and Next Jackson up. George in Lamont.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Jasmine Crockett and people like her feel free to tell everybody, that they can speak for all blacks, apparently, and know exactly how all blacks feel. At the same time, they feel free to speak for all white people and tell everybody how all white people feel and how they've never felt this or never felt that. And and I know, as you said earlier, they're not interested in logic and reasoning, so I guess it shouldn't be surprising. And the other thing is, all this, I think Obama started this. Let's have a real discussion about race. I wish somebody would have a real discussion about race. The whole thing, all the parts about slavery, the history of slavery, but also, all the parts about crime statistics and the black experience, and really have an honest discussion the whole way. Why are white people afraid when they see a group of black young men? Why is that? I mean,
why was Jesse Jackson Sr. afraid when he saw a group of young black men, he famously said, walking down the street? Jesse Jackson Sr. famously said that, remember? Because he knew what Chicago and big cities had become. He knew, or he had to know. He had to know, I can't tell you what he knew, but he had to know what the welfare state had done to these neighborhoods. He certainly had to know how de facto segregated Chicago was, and what the state of the West and South Sides had been and still are for generations. He had to know. I mean, he has to know, it's like he has to know, she has to know that 1 in 3 black adults in this country, black adult men in this country, has a felony conviction. That's a huge problem. And it's not because the system is systemically racist. I hate to break it to Jasmine Crockett and all the other race hustlers. But agreed. Right? I mean, but that's not the honest conversation, real conversation on race they want to have. Thanks for the call, George. I mean, that removes or certainly significantly hampers productive engagement in the workforce. 1/3 of black men, that's a huge problem. And I'm all for redemption and second chances within reason. Which is why we highlight like John Ponder's Hope for Prisoners program out in Clark County, Nevada, because it's done such a great job at reducing recidivism among ex-offenders. Great. Most are going to come out. We don't want them victimizing more people. We want them to find a way to be productive, and people in general, obviously, all ex-offenders, regardless of race, and to be independent. That's what we want for everybody. Independent living, good citizen. But they have to know what they've done. So they can't take responsibility for the policies that they have pushed and the destruction that it has wrought. So they need a boogeyman. They need a fall guy. Whitey. Conservative Whitey. And if they have to lop in some, married white women who vote Republican, then they'll fold them in too as part of the problem. You white women aren't holding up your end. How often do we hear that after Kamala lost? We're still hearing it. It is intellectual poison. What people like Crockett, that Thelma Anderson, obviously Flagler, the Jackson family writ large, Sharpton, et cetera, et cetera. Intellectual poison, what they peddle. Glenn in Orlando, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. So these attorneys who are officers of the court, when they make statements like this, like Jasmine Crockett and the other one, do they face any discipline, or can they have their law license removed or anything like that?
Well, I mean, you can. I don't think, not for political statements. Thanks for the call, Glenn. I mean, there's, it has to be under the canons. It usually relates to their professional conduct or misconduct. I mean, there are limits, I suppose, that you could cross. I mean, if Jasmine Crockett or if somebody else was saying something that was so overtly racist and ignorant, you could bet that there would be an opportunity in some jurisdiction to enlist the ARDC to try and sanction them. I mean, look what happened to our friend Jimmy Brown, former Cook County Judge Jimmy Brown. This case is still pending. The Illinois State Supreme Court, that's the case. Jimmy Brown, he's appointed to be an interim judge, bringing some judges out of retirement because they needed judges. Cook County court system. Supreme Court, puts out anybody, qualified to apply. Jimmy Brown applies. He gets one of the appointments. He's appointed. Then these bar associations find that he wrote an op-ed for John Cass's outlet, johncassnews.com, that was pro-Trump while in retirement before he applied for the temporary judgeship. And the Supreme Court bounced him. There's nothing. It was just his viewpoints on Trump policies. I mean, it was center cut. So, I mean, it was nothing particularly controversial or incendiary. It was just, Trump did this is good. Trump did that was good. It was better than Biden here. It was better than Biden there. That kind of stuff. Bounced him. So, I mean, depending on a person making the outlandish, ignorant, racist, reckless statements, I did want to get to some of the transcripts of what the family said before Carmelo Anthony was sentenced. Austin Metcalf's dad, Jeff Metcalf, we were robbed. Don't look down. All the family members wanted Carmelo Anthony to look at them. He wouldn't. We were robbed. Don't look down of all of these things. I said from day one, this was never about race. Please don't politicize it. But what did you choose to do? Both. It's about right and wrong. We're all humans. We all bleed the same color. It's an odd thing to say for a racist terrorist family, as I understand it, from Thelma Anderson, former prosecutor. He goes on, does Jeff Metcalf, you're free to make choices all you want, but you're not free from those consequences. You will face those consequences starting today. People think that grief is sadness, but it's not. It's rage. Slamming his hands on the table. Pure, unfiltered rage. You failed your parents, you failed yourself, and you failed society. You don't belong in this community. You're going to prison. You can't even look me in the eyes right now, but you can stab my effing son in the heart. Austin Metcalf's mom, Megan. You may have just been given a sentence of 35 years behind bars. You can consider yourself lucky because I've been sentenced to a lifetime without my son. Hunter Metcalf asked Carmelo Anthony to look at him in the eyes, too. If you could just look at me in the eye while I speak, I would really respect that. He didn't. Yeah. Okay. It's a microcosm, which is why it's getting so much attention. It brings all the decency and ugliness out in a big mix to try to unmix, separate out the good from the bad. That's what we're trying to do.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Molly Hemingway of The Federalist, inviting you to join me for the 2026 Issues, Etc. Making the Case Conference, Friday, June 12th and Saturday, June 13th at Concordia University, Chicago. I'll be speaking and signing copies of my new book, Alito, the Justice Who Reshaped the Supreme Court and Restored the U.S. Constitution. Learn more at issuesetc.org. issuesetc.org.
Each morning, the newsmakers and the newsbreakers shaping today's conversation are heard on the AlphaWealthGroup.com answer line on Chicago's Morning Answer. When you need answers about what's happening in your world, you turn to AM 560 The Answer. And when you need answers about how to prepare for and protect your retirement, you turn to the Alpha Wealth Group, now the proud sponsor of the AM 560 Answer Line, right here on Chicago's source for news, opinion, and insight. AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 6:36, we'll speak with Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson, both about the latest retaliatory strikes in Iran authorized by President Trump, as well as his continued efforts to provide a COVID reckoning. The COVID probe he did, report on the vaccine injured, among other COVID-related matters. That's all with Ron Johnson, 6:36. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
66 degrees. We have sunshine right now on AM 560, The Answer, in our QC Kinetics newsroom. A warm and sunny afternoon could lead to significant storms again this afternoon. Fast-moving storms blew through the Chicago area yesterday. Wind gust over 75 miles an hour from Homer Glen all the way to Northerly Island, damaging trees, a Stinkney condo building, windows in South Loop high-rises, and some areas remain without power. And today, the Storm Prediction Center has most of northern Illinois and northwest Indiana under a level 3 risk for storms. We're tracking a story in the Back of the Yards neighborhood this morning in the area of 45th and Laughlin. North and southbound are shut down. Structure fire being put out right now. Lots of crews on the scene, and destruction is evident from video we have seen. We'll keep an eye on that for you this morning in that neighborhood. In other news we're following this morning, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates Wednesday told the House Oversight Committee probing the government investigation of Jeffrey Epstein that Gates never victimized anyone and any meetings with Epstein were a, quote, grave error in judgment, end quote. The United States overnight launched a second round of airstrikes on Iran into early this morning after President Trump warned that Tehran would pay the price for stalled negotiations. Iran tried to respond with strikes that targeted Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. House Republicans on Wednesday also grilled the CEO of Chicago Public Schools, Macquillan King, on Capitol Hill. King had to be subpoenaed to testify before the House Committee on Education. King defended the district's diversity as a strength, noting it helps meet a variety of student needs. White Sox beat Atlanta 2-1 Wednesday night to move into first in the AL Central. Colorado beat the slumping Cubs 3-2. The news, a service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show. Subscribe free at 560theanswer.com/podcast. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows and doors, to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio with your host, Roger Piper. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about home improvement. Listen every Saturday at noon for Home Answers right here on AM 560 The Answer. Sponsored in part by Access Home and Vehicle Mobility Solutions and by Steiner Homes.
RedState.com captures the pulse of grassroots conservatism. Red State staff of contributors are on top of breaking news with stories and analysis that challenge the established agenda. RedState.com educates, motivates, and activates passionate conservatives across America, arming them with the facts that put them ahead of the political curve. No wonder RedState.com is a must-read for elected officials and for citizens who want to make their vote count. RedState.com is the place where influence meets action. Log on to redstate.com today.
Your kitchen's outdated. Your bathroom feels cramped. Every day you wait, prices go up. and you keep living in a space that doesn't work. At Forever Remodeling, one team handles everything: design, planning, and installation, start to finish. We show you your new space in 3D before we ever break ground. No surprises. With flexible financing options, the home you want is closer than you think. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com to schedule your personalized in-home design consultation.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $283. There are only two good things about aging: wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Hey, if you're living with joint pain, listen up. Is your life filled with I can't raise my arms, I can't climb stairs, I can't kneel down, I can't take a long walk or golf with the guys? Well, today's a new day. Take action, a day to celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Back to enjoying their lives again thanks to the innovative treatments offered at QC Kinetics. I've seen the results and personally recommend Dr. Caravelli and her team. So many of you have been through their life-changing regenerative treatments done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. I want you to schedule a free consultation. You don't have to live a life of I can't. Have a conversation with my friends at QC Kinetics and tell them I sent you when you do. Their treatments are natural, so don't watch summer pass you by again. Take action today. Schedule an appointment right now. Consultations are free. Call 312-827-6261. Again, that number, 312-827-6261. Call QC Kinetics to be pain-free this summer at 312-827-6261.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Taking a look at the roads in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. This update, a service of Summit Racing Equipment. Rev up Father's Day gift giving at summitracing.com. Unique gifts, parts, tools, accessories, and more. Or give the perfect card, a Summit Racing gift card. Shop summitracing.com, plus enroll in the rewards program to get more power in every purchase. So we're going to save you some money this morning. Inbound Dan Ryan at 31st Street. Avoid it at all costs. Couple of big potholes, rebar showing. If you go over them, probably blow a tire. Stay away. Dan Ryan inbound at 31st. Potholes and repairs, by the way, are set to begin soon. Vehicle fire, I-57 outbound at 127th, gumming up the works. And stop and go on the Reagan I-88 eastbound. Right at Cermak is your stop spot this morning. I-80 vehicle fire, right shoulder, a bus overheated westbound at Maple. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your forecast. From the National Weather Service, we are seeing a chance of powerful storms develop by the afternoon, a high of 84. Chance of an evening thunderstorm as well, and a low of 59.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Craig Bolanos, powered by VestGen Wealth Partners, Sunday morning at 10 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. As we have been covering it, there are at least 2 Republican senators who are still on the COVID reckoning trail. It would be Ron Johnson and Rand Paul. They had that CAA contractor whistleblower before the committee a few weeks back. Also produced a report I'm looking at right now, in conjunction with the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, how Biden health officials purposely turned a blind eye toward COVID-19 vaccine safety signals. This is what Ron Johnson had to say about what they have uncovered just to date on Fox News just a couple weeks back.
This is the most egregious government scandal in my lifetime. On March 1st, Peter Marks, the head of the division within FDA that approves vaccines and then surveils the safety, was briefed that the algorithm they're using to analyze VAERS was going to completely mask and hide safety signals. 26 days later, he was shown 25 adverse events where there were, safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, different types of strokes, and he hid it. They are lying about it to this day. They continued to use the old algorithm. They knew would hide it, and then they went and lied to the American public. So, again, the hundreds of thousands of people that experienced adverse events, the tens of thousands that died on VAERS, reported on VAERS, associated with that vaccine, these people ought to have a cause of action against those government officials that hid what the American people had a right to know, but they lied bald-faced to the American public. And unfortunately, I appreciate Fox covering this. Not one major network has picked up the story. This has been 3 weeks now. Like I said, the biggest government scandal in my lifetime, and mum's the word because everybody was complicit in it.
Well, we'll do our little part here. Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin, joins us now. Senator Johnson, thanks for being with us again. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Now it's about 5.5 weeks without the major networks covering this. So, I appreciate you being willing to do it. It is, Rand is focusing on the origins.
Yeah.
That corrupt scandal. That we probably funded this gain of function. This was created in a lab funded by Anthony Fauci. So that's obviously a massive scandal. None of this would have happened were it not for that. But this then is, following the pandemic, the fact that our FDA officials knew those COVID injections were going to kill and seriously harm people, and they did not alert the public. And they knew as early as March 1st of 2021, how many people died? How many people are permanently disabled that if they would have had that information? Again, it's a cost-benefit analysis, right? But to have informed consent, you need information, and that information was withheld from the public. So, people took the shot, they died, they were permanently disabled. They had their children take the shot, and their children died. There's a mini scandal within this scandal about the cover-up of the analysis of 96 deaths that the FDA looked at. That dramatically understates the number of children that died. They just looked at 96. They concluded 10 died. They were trying to water that down. But again, that's dramatically understating the problem, the number of children that died that got injected when they never should have been.
Well, this is really important on a lot of levels. And one of them is that this whole, we did the best we could with the information we had at the time. It was imperfect. We understand imperfect information, but it's one thing to have imperfect information and you understand there are risks associated that are undetermined. It's another thing to hide information that details some of the risks, which is what you outline in this report. And I wonder, since this goes back to 21, these two doctors, Anna Sarfman and William Dumoschel. So where are they today? What are they saying today?
So Anna Sarfman is like 85 years old. She's retired. She's showing her age. Okay. But we've interviewed her. She does not want to be a witness. But when we interviewed her, she said, "Yeah, they treated me. I was a pest." They told her to cease and desist. Bill Dumoschel, I think he's dealing with his wife who's dying with cancer. We've spoken with him, but he was not a government employee. He was a data mining scientist in the
at Oracle
government, the company that created these algorithms that did this data for CDC and FDA.
No, I know.
But
I mean, it's even better that he wasn't a government employee. That he was actually a statistician for Oracle. It's like I have more confidence in him.
Oh yeah, no. Again, they were trying to warn Peter Marks, who's head of CBER. That's the group that approves vaccines, then surveils the safety. So Peter Marks is the guy who found out about this. Other senior health officials, but it's much even bigger than this. I mean, we've suspected this, but now we're finally getting the documents. But if you remember, CDC and FDA, they really do two different safety surveillance systems or analysis. CDC uses what they call proportional reporting ratios. Okay, they're looking for disproportionate information within all the data that you get the VAERS. They were seeing signals early on as well. They weren't releasing the data, so a bunch of us, I wrote letters. There FOIA requests for the PRR data from CDC. Finally, under so much public pressure, they released it in mid-2022, showing all kinds of safety signals that exceeded the threshold in the PRR. And they go, "Oh no, this is junk. This you cannot rely on this. That's why we didn't publish it. That's why we didn't get. This is noise. It's junk." We're relying on the FDA's empirical Bayesian analysis. That's a much more sophisticated system. We're relying on that. So then we say, "Okay, give us that." We didn't get that until the Trump administration, and that's where we found out. It's the empirical Bayesian analysis that used the algorithm that they knew were hiding the safety signals. So these guys are talking to each other. There's these safety signals are screaming at them. Just the volume of adverse events flowing in the system, on average, since VAERS was started in 1990, on average about 280 deaths are reporting associated with the vaccine to the system. 2021, the year of the vaccine, of the COVID injection, 21,000 deaths. I don't need a sophisticated algorithm to tell me this is a safety signal screaming at you, which is why I've been writing oversight letters since that point in time. And these guys hid behind that algorithm that they knew was masking safety signals to lie to the American people, say, but we're not seeing safety signals.
Well,
it's sick.
Yeah, and there's something important too. I mean, not to get too econometric here, but you mentioned this Bayesian analysis. So the Bayesian inference is using a prior distribution to estimate posterior probabilities. And the point is, that's what we were doing with everything during COVID. That's what all these models that we were making public policy decisions on. So this inference would have been consistent with, other modeling and theories about what was going to happen if you chose this path versus that path, if you mandated, if you did, all of these things. And so this very much should have been in the conversation to understand risks and projections of what those risks could look like if they materialized.
The problem is using all these things just way overcomplicated. You didn't need it. You saw it. 24% of Americans believe they know somebody who died of the COVID injection. Again, they're believing what their own lying eyes are telling them. Here's something else that's sick. Also in March of 2021, the NIH was beginning to diagnose and treat people with these injection injuries. They told them to remain silent. They didn't want to pre-release the information. They didn't, they wanted to complete the study, then release it to the doctors. What they found very, very early on, though, is early intervention was crucial. They never published the study till 2022, and only under pressure from the injection injured. And they didn't do it to great fanfare. They just put it on a preprint server and told no one.
Well, I mean, so the question that's coming and what everybody wants to know on this in terms of those who are interested in a reckoning, some accountability is, based on what you've uncovered so far, do we have the possibility of criminal prosecutions? Is this something the Department of Justice is looking at with interest?
First of all, government and government employees are really protected.
Yeah.
I mean, the government does a really good job protecting itself. I've talked to attorneys. There may be some statutes you could apply because of the fraud. I'm not quite sure. right now I'm trying to fully expose this. Our investigation literally has only begun. Even though I've been writing letters for 5 years, we finally got the documents. We have some evidence. Now we're starting to pull in people. We're starting to interview them. If they lie to us, we can get them on perjury charges. But right now, I'm interested in exposing this so it never happens again.
Well, let me ask you this too: on the exposure side of it. It seems to me, I'm just trying to think of an analogy. Maybe like angel families. You need to tell we all need to unearth and tell the stories, the individual stories with the details of the vaccine injured, and put faces and stories, faces and names to these stories, and tell the stories, and so you create the one after the other, like we talk about in the context of border security and removing people in this country illegally who are here illegally and pose public safety threats. We tell the stories of Sheridan Gorman in Chicago, or Katie Abraham, also in Chicago. She was killed in Champaign. But those stories resonate, and people remember, and it gives them a better understanding of what is happening writ large. These anecdotes that speak to a larger dynamic. What do you think about that?
So I've been doing that since June of 2021 in Milwaukee, and with Ken Ruckers, his wife, Breanne Dressen, and we had about 12 news cameras there, and mainly they talked about Ken Ruckers. What, are you just trying to sue people? So no, I've held multiple hearings. Last year I held Voice of the Vaccine Injured with childhood vaccine injured. The media completely ignored it. Yeah. They're not covering the story. They're all covering it up. So that's the problem. So right now I'm gathering, and they are heartbreaking stories of the hospital protocols that killed people, the loss of freedom. So no, we are gathering all this documentary evidence. We'll be issuing reports. We'll put them out the public domain. But until the legacy media starts picking this up, and I'm quite honestly, I'm appealing to President Trump. I texted him. He said he'll work with me on this. But until President Trump tells his administration, acknowledge these injection injuries, do right by the military. I attended the duty to disobey premiere last night in the Capitol. These are soldiers who got kicked out of the service.
Right.
Their careers destroyed. But I mean, I'm talking about the people who lost their lives, whose lives have been destroyed because they're permanently disabled, and there are millions of people worldwide, millions, at least tens of thousands of people have died. VAERS is, again, 39,000 deaths worldwide. VAERS, 24% of those deaths occur on the day of vaccination or within day 1 or 2. Okay, and VAERS, according to a Harvard study, reports only about 1% adverse events. Now, you can't extrapolate and say, okay, it's, but the 39,000 deaths is probably dramatically understating the extent of the harm, or the 1.7 million adverse events on VAERS. So nobody knows, because they don't want, our federal health agencies don't want to know. They've been hiding all this. It is outrageous.
And I mean, just for the the purposes of clarity here, because the other thing they do, which they always do, create boogeymen out of people like yourself. Oh yeah, everybody who wants a reckoning, who wants answers, who wants these stories told, is just reflexively anti-vax. I'm not. You're not. This is not about necessarily being anti-vax. It's about things like they did that were indefensible, like you documented in this report, which is hiding information that was adverse to the sort of political zeitgeist of the time, that everyone should have known and should have been part of the public policy discussion, those sorts of things, or not giving voice to those people who have had an adverse impact from the vaccine and so forth. I mean, that's what we're talking about. It's not about being reflexively anti-vax the way they try and smear people.
No, but that's exactly what they do. They ridicule, they vilify, they destroy, they marginalize people like myself. They're just out there telling the truth. They'll take words. I mean, I had a big fact check that Johnson said 3.9 million people died. No, I'm just showing the extrapolation. 39,000. If it's only 1%, it could be as much as 3.9. I'm not saying it's 3.9 million. What I'm saying is probably a lot more than 39,000 people that died worldwide from these injections. Nobody knows because they don't want to know. I'm pointing out the corruption and what. Yeah. They'll do that. They'll distract people. With these fact checks, and completely cover up the main story, which was the cover-up. The fact that our federal health agencies knew this and they They denied the American public the information the world public deserved to know.
But just quickly before we let you go, the CIA's response to the hearing with the whistleblower about COVID origin, where they sort of dismissed the hearing and that whistleblower as, some sort of sideshow. Did you ever talk to Ratcliffe about that? And what's going on at the CIA?
We have not gotten the apology from CIA Director Ratcliffe that I demanded at the hearing when their press person, criticized the hearing.
Yeah,
that's political theater.
Yeah.
So no, we haven't heard. Again, that's the problem. The CIA is an entity in and of itself, as are all these government agencies. That's why I'm not a fan of the federal government. Not at all. The federal government, most of it shouldn't even exist. Quite honestly, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It robs us of freedom. CIA, I think, is there are good things CIA does. There are a lot of bad things CIA does as well. A lot of bad things a lot of these federal agencies do.
Well, as Thomas Sowell famously answered, how did you go from being a Marxist to a conservative? He said, I work for the federal government. There you go. Ron Johnson, Republican Senator from Wisconsin. Thanks so much, as always, Senator Johnson. Appreciate your time.
Have a great day.
You too, and you join us in the alphawealthgroup.com answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
AM 560, The Answer.
Speaking of microcosms in the West, Carmelo Anthony, a microcosm on race. What's happening in Belfast, a microcosm on unchecked illegal immigration. We'll hear from UK PM Keir Starmer and others on the topic at 7:07. It's now 7 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
Iran says the ceasefire is now practically meaningless. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After the U.S. went on the attack again and Iran retaliated again, launching drones and missiles at Gulf countries with American bases, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait. Some were shot down. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House.
For the second consecutive night, U.S. forces launching strikes, and that strike included launching Tomahawk cruise missiles from a U.S. warship. In a statement, Central Command said, quote, CENTCOM forces launched strikes on Iranian military surveillance capabilities, communication systems, and air defense sites across Iran.
President Trump called Fox's Trey Inks from the Situation Room during the bombing, saying we hit them very hard.
Because they were unwilling to make a good faith deal at the negotiating table. And I asked the president, if they don't sign the deal, what's going to happen? And he said, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. And so clearly President Trump is keeping the military option on the table if the Iranians are unwilling to make those concessions.
India is upset over another U.S. strike in this conflict, one that killed 3 people on a ship.
The crew members died when a U.S. missile hit the engine room of the MT Setabello, an Indian-operated oil and chemicals tanker accused of trying to breach the blockade of Iranian ports. Their deaths confirmed today after being reported missing yesterday. India has lodged a strong protest to the strike. The U.S. said the vessel was carrying oil from Iran.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. While Iran insists it controls the Strait of Hormuz, blocking shipping, President Trump says a secret U.S. mission has escorted a lot of ships out, more than 200, carrying 100 million barrels of oil.
Late at night with no lights, because they don't have any radar, because we blasted the crap out of them.
Now, last night, the president posted on Truth Social a call for Republicans in Congress to approve $350 billion for the military. Using a reconciliation process Democrats cannot block. He also wants that to include new rules for voting, requiring ID and outlawing most mail-in balloting and no transgender athletes in women's sports. America's listening to Fox News. 67 degrees, partly to mostly sunny at the moment. I'm Mike Scott in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Fast-moving storms blew through the Chicago area last night and into the afternoon, prompting watches and warnings throughout the day. Trees were down. A Stinkney condo building was damaged. Some areas remain without power, and the Storm Prediction Center has most of northern Illinois and northwest Indiana under a level 3 risk for storms this afternoon. A 5-year-old boy died after being shot inside of a home in the south suburbs. It happened on Tuesday evening. Riverdale police responding to a home in the 13,000 block of South State Street. Happened around 6:05 on reports of a child who had been shot. Later, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office identified the child as Rosan Garrett. Riverdale police are investigating that shooting as a homicide. A suburban man will remain behind bars after authorities charged him with his 6th offense of driving under the influence. Prosecutors in DuPage County announced on Wednesday Goran Burkic of Addison will face now 1 felony count of aggravated DUI. Davis Martin tossed 6 scoreless innings of work for his 9th win. White Sox beat Atlanta 2-1 to move into first place in the AL Central. Rockies beat the Cubs 3-2. The news, a service of the AM 560 Advantage, where membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. We'll have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio with your host, Roger Piper. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about home improvement. Listen every Saturday at noon for Home Answers right here on AM 560 The Answer. Sponsored in part by Level 10 Coatings and by American Beam and Steel.
Have you been watching gold and silver lately? Hard to ignore. Back in January of 2025, silver was under $30 an ounce, and now it's more than doubled. Again, not bad, right? Some experts say this bull market is just getting started. Others say it's a good time to take some money off the table. Either way, whether you're buying or selling, Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is the place to go. They stock large quantities of all the major bullion coins and bars. And here's what sets them apart. Unlike places that only pay melt value, Fox Valley Coins pays more for high-grade coins and scarcer dates. That's real money left in your pocket. They also buy scrap sterling flatware, jewelry, silver-plated items, and old proof sets. And they specialize in U.S. and foreign collector and investment coins and currency, both buying and selling. Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at Ferry Road in Naperville. Family-owned with integrity since 1981.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11/01, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping American heroes ever since. Heroes like FDNY Lieutenant Edward J. McDonough Jr. McDonough served at Ground Zero. He later lost his life to a related cancer. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation was able to honor his sacrifice by paying off the family's mortgage. Donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Shh, here he comes. Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction, and the drilling is only during business hours. It's so loud.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money, getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor. It's plaster from your ceiling.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $283. There are only 2 good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
7:07. Let's get a check on the roads in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Kennedy inbound right now at 50 minutes as you travel on the inbound side, actually 40 minutes now, and stop and go traffic on the Kennedy inbound between Cumberland and Lawrence. Stevenson inbound right now, stop and go Harlem to Kedzie. It's at 45. The Stevenson outbound with an accident at Central, a vehicle fire being cleaned up and put out. I-57 outbound at 127th, and roadwork delays on Route 53 northbound between the Ike and Kershaw. Traffic is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners get 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Peace of mind? Call Goldilocks, 708-889-5600. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect a severe thunderstorm to develop late this afternoon. Otherwise, it will be very warm and humid with a mix of clouds and sun. It'll be breezy this afternoon with a high of 87. There is a significant risk of damaging winds, destructive hail, tornadoes, and flooding downpours. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering 24/7 security solutions for homes and businesses. Call them today at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and the continued unrest in Northern Ireland, Belfast, after this attempted beheading of a Scottish man whose name apparently is Stephen Ogilvie by a Sudanese migrant. I'm still a little unclear in terms of what his actual status is, if he's sort of a legal asylum seeker in the way that Joe Biden legalized all sorts of people who came into this country illegally. I mean, by invitation, but illegally nonetheless, according to the, actual law. I'm a little unclear. But an interesting perspective from a neighbor on the situation and the attack. She seems to indicate that the Scottish guy who was almost beheaded was helping the guy who almost beheaded him.
That wee lad has been living there, that young man, well, he's 47, she said. He's been living there for about 2 years. And she said them foreigners that moved in only moved in like 4 days ago. Right. And he was doing everything to help them out when they moved in. And it's not just one. There was 2 of them jumped him. But the news hasn't given it out yet. The 2 of them moved into the flat. Wow. And one of them was the one that was arrested. The other one hasn't been mentioned anywhere in the news yet.
But he was involved in the attack, allegedly.
This is what she said. This is why up in Rathcoole they're going ballistic, because the wee lad originally came from Rathcoole, and apparently he did everything to help them.
And do you think the authorities are trying to cover that kind of thing up? That there was a second?
The whole thing. They're trying to blanket everything that's went on today.
And the lad who was attacked was actually trying to help them move in.
He was helping them for the last couple of days. Apparently he's really kind, thoughtful wee lad, kind-hearted. That's what she said. She says, Margaret, he's the type of man, he would have done anything for anybody. She says, so he has been going out of his way to help him. Now, the reports we're hearing now is his nose has been cut, his eyes out, and he's blind in the other. That he can't hear anybody, it's hard to hear him. What life has he got when he comes out of intensive care?
Well, the Prime Minister has decided to weigh in on this. A little bit more proximate, his comments, than they were for the murder of Henry Nowak. And, of course, we mentioned in discussion yesterday with Ron Vitiello, former ICE and CBP chief, what's happening now is exactly what you don't want to happen, vigilantism. But this is what happens when you suborn lawlessness and you treat predators as those who should be protected and those who should be protected as predators. Everything's upside down in the UK. And the top of the list of responsible parties is Keir Starmer. His comments before the Parliament.
People are rightly sickened by the horrific attack on Monday night in North Belfast. As you have just said, the man arrested has been in court in Belfast this morning and charged. I want to thank the Police Service of Northern Ireland and other first responders and members of the public who responded with such bravery. And our thoughts are with the victim. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The acts of violence and arson that followed are totally unjustified. This morning I spoke with the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister and the Chief Constable. And the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is meeting leaders in Belfast today. We are united in calling for calm and determined to restore order, support the police and all those on the front line, and ensure that justice is done.
Stay calm. The response, some of the memes, this one, I mean, this is gallows humor, but it speaks to where the law-abiding populace is, the people who play by the rules, even in the UK. A meme that's circulating. What to do if you begin to be beheaded? Step 1, don't be racist. Step 2, don't be Islamophobic. Step 3, patiently wait for the police to come and arrest you. Step 4, do not react in anger. Use the incident to bring us all together. 312-642-5600, the alphawealthgroup.com call and text line. Eli Steele, our friend Eli Steele, the documentarian, Shelby Steele's son, of course, had this reaction to that statement you just heard from Starmer. A little bit more substantive. The meme really cuts to the core, though, doesn't it? No pun intended. The most interesting, this is Eli Steele, the most interesting thing about Starmer is that he is the poster child for how the white guilt elite behaves. What makes him interesting is not his politics, but his psychology. It's a key feature of the white guilt elite to never take responsibility for their actions. The endless march through institutions is always the goal. Their self-worth depends on their white guilt virtue. And to stop marching would expose them to the horrors of what they and their policies have created. You didn't hear Keir Starmer address the underlying open borders multiculturalism that has, in significant measure, destroyed England. Steele continues, what makes white guilt so insidious is that it turns everything into a grievance. It leaps over any horrors it may have caused with its policies and grabs hold of the resulting grievances. It does not care why the people of Belfast are rioting or what drove them to that point. White guilt cares only about the impact that it can exploit. Key observation there. What you hear from Sturmer, oh, he's even-handed. He's speaking against violence, both against the victim who was almost beheaded, as well as against those who are engaged in vigilantism or worse. No, he's not. White guilt cares only about the impact that it can exploit. Doesn't care about the underlying dynamics that are uncomfortable or problematic. Back to Steele. Just as it only cared that the trigger finger that killed Michael Brown was white, white guilt only cares that the rioters targeting immigrants are white. It will turn this into proof that its anti-racist mission is worthy and must continue. The policies that open the borders will not be examined. The ideologies that train police to fear a slur more than a dying boy's words will not be questioned. The elite officials will never face a reckoning for the tribal divisions they have created. White guilt has no conscience. How could it? when its morality is grounded in immutable characteristics. That's such a great phraseology. These new grievances will find their way into classroom PowerPoints and corporate trainings, and the white guilt machine will march on. Starmer will never connect what he built to what it produced. That is not a failure of intelligence. It is a feature of the system. A system that finally has to answer for itself is a system that ceases to exist. That is the strength of Starmer's white guilt racial order, and so far, it has proven stronger than any of our protests. 312-642-5600, alphawealthgroup.com call and text line. That is about the most cogent drill down on white guilt that I've heard, at least since his father wrote the book White Guilt 25 years ago. But I mean, that is so spot on. That needs to be laminated and carried around and shared with friends. Have discussions about this. There's so much insight into it, presented in such a concise fashion. And the Starmer comment is the perfect vehicle for this commentary. Because as I said, it presents as being even-handed and opposed to violence in whatever forms it takes. But that's not what's happening. That's not what he's doing. He's propagating the white guilt, the elite white guilt system, just as Eli Steele describes. Brilliant. And to give you an example, posts like this from a woman who, a Muslim mother who claimed asylum in the UK, her X handle, I have a problem with Islamophobia and the far right. She writes, we need calm heads. Just what Starmer said. Stay calm. It's very important that people like Rupert Lowe, Elon Musk, Nigel Farage, and others don't use this horrific Belfast incident to whip up hostility and division against minorities, migrants, and Muslims living in the UK. We all agree the incident was disgusting and horrific. We need calm heads. Our friend John Gabriel, who founder of Ricochet, writes for the Arizona Republic. Responding to that, we need calm heads. It appears they want to cut off the calm ones. Another commentary on this from a British perspective. Paul Embry. Here's the problem. The liberal political class wants us to treat atrocities like Belfast as single, random, isolated incidents. Yes, it's horrific, but don't overreact. Just what you heard. Just what you hear here when it is J.B. Pritzker finally commenting on Sheridan Gorman and her murder. Terrible. Feel so sorry for the family. But if they don't say it explicitly, the implication is stay calm, don't overreact. It's a one-off incident. Let the police do their job. Justice will be served. Let's use this as an opportunity to come together and stand against violence. It is such sentimental pap. Back to Embry. But the public can see that such incidents aren't random or isolated. They are, in fact, all the consequences of massive state failure in the area of asylum and immigration. All roads lead back there. That's why people are angry. They are sick of the platitudes that get trotted out after each fresh incident. They don't want to hear them anymore. They know that the decisions of establishment politicians have brought us to this current pass, and they don't trust those same politicians to fix things, especially when some of them refuse to even recognize that the public's anger is justified. There has been a huge vibe shift in recent years. Imagine, God forbid, there were another 7/7 terrorist attack in the UK. Does anyone think the public response would be anything like as restrained as it was then? We are in really dangerous territory. The public don't want flowers and candles and, quote, don't let them divide us, unquote. They want someone who says, I recognize that the state has failed abjectly. We have allowed far too many people to settle in the country without knowing who they truly are. It has disrupted your communities. Your anger is justified, and I will do everything in my power to put things right.
That's what the serious non-identitarian adult would say. It's a pretty good representation there for Mr. Embry. He concludes, any politician unwilling to articulate that message fully and sincerely is effectively sanctioning more years of growing social disharmony and discord. Things cannot heal until those in power recognize the extent of the problem and what it will take to fix it. And on both counts, most of them don't. That's why the next few years are going to be very, very turbulent. Fortunately, we are obviously in a better position in the U.S. under President Trump than they are in the UK under Keir Starmer, or even conservatives before Starmer who did nothing on this topic. Sunak and the like. But the same perils exist here as are being described there, to be sure. Will in Kane County, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan. Love the topic. I'm not sure if I'm going to be exactly on topic, but I do have a comment to make. I was opening a new Facebook page. You know, we all love the T-shirt genius. And I just wanted to say it says diversity info, and it gives you a list. Asian-owned, Black-owned, disabled-owned, Indigenous-owned, Latin-owned, LGBT-owned, Middle Eastern-owned, Pacific Islander-owned, veteran-owned, and women-owned. What's missing?
Well, the majority, the honkies. But they're the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And now I don't consider myself white. I'm first-generation American, but I'm American. My parents came from Italy. I'm Italian. I don't consider myself green. I don't think I'm white. I'm an American. That's really all I have to say. And one last thing, I'm still waiting for that lonely guy viewing party with you, me, and my dogs. But
yeah, let me get the cardboard cutout. Let me get the cardboard cutout guests set up, and then I'll have you and the late and I'll do a in honor of. I'll do a cardboard cutout of Charles Grodin too to join us for the party.
I would love to have a conversation with the Charles Grodin cutout.
Yes.
But Dan, I love you. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You need to be tuning into the Retirement Success Blueprint with Michael Stewart, the radio companion to the Amazon best-selling book, Success Blueprint, How to Build the Retirement You Deserve. Each week, Michael shares strategies designed to help reduce market risk through income-generating investments that can provide steady returns. Because if you can avoid a big loss, you don't need to take big risks. Catch the Retirement Success Blueprint with Michael Stewart, Saturday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Patrick, CEO of Total Wall and a client of Signature Bank. We produce high-performance materials used in exterior insulating finish systems and other stucco applications. Every growing business needs a strong team behind it. Over the years, Signature Bank has been more than a financial partner. They've shared their knowledge, offered guidance, and connected us with trusted professionals who help strengthen our business. They're a valuable extension of our team and a true partner. That's why I value my relationship with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The following contains a celebrity impersonation.
Mr. President, we're seeing reporting that air conditioning systems are failing as temperatures rise. What is your response?
I said, don't wait. People wait until the last second, then suddenly it's hot and nothing works. I understand this stuff probably better than anybody.
Mr. President, why hasn't the White House issued any guidance?
I gave perfect guidance. Call Air Right Heating and Cooling. That's the guidance. If people followed it, we wouldn't even be talking about this.
Sir, but homeowners have so many HVAC options.
They're not like Air Right. You've got some bad installers out there, some real bad hombres. I wouldn't let them near the White House. It would be a complete disaster.
Mr. President, there are reports of significant rebates on new systems. Can you confirm?
I've heard about them. A lot of people talking about them. If you miss out, you'd have to be really not so smart. Tremendous savings, let me tell you.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling at AIR-RITE.com. Air Right, doing it right since 1959.
Your home or business has storm damage and you have an insurance claim.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters. Today, insurance companies are notorious for offering way too little money to repair damage to your home or commercial building due to wind, hail, tornado, floods, or fire. Crosscom works for you, not the insurance company. As licensed adjusters, Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. After they get you the fair insurance company result, Crosscom can start doing your repairs. Crosscom is a full construction and restoration company that will get your property back to its pre-loss condition, getting your life back to normal. Roof, siding, windows, doors, fire restoration, Crosscom does it all.
Call Crosscom.
Licensed in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin.
This is Dan Leitz with Crosscom. We share your conservative and Christian values. Let us handle everything. It all starts with a call.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. The 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence is approaching quickly. The document, as I often point out to my listeners, is, to quote Abraham Lincoln, an apple of gold protected by the frame of silver that is the Constitution. He borrowed from Psalms there. All Americans, indeed all the free world, have a lot to celebrate in this, our 250th year of independence. The Declaration asserted the existence of rights of individuals that exist before any government, no matter the form of that government, comes into being. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The great day of the 4th is, from beginning to end, about love of our country, because our country defends our individual rights, rights derived, back to the Declaration, from the laws of nature and nature's God. It is quite a gift that we have been given, a gift that needs to be defended.
Hi, Dr. Huber here with Marty. Marty and I were at the Cigar Festival 2026, and we're here listening to Sean Thompson's show. And Marty told me about he has a sinus problem that Virago seemed to help.
Probably for the past 15, 20 years, I would get a sinus infection every spring, every fall, and had to go in, get medication. Since the last 2 years I've been taking Virago, I have not had any issues with the sinus. If I feel it coming on, I just up the dosage, and then I get the sweats one night, and then it's all gone. I feel great.
So you think Virago is a big reason for all this improvement?
Yeah, and I don't have to take any sinus medication, which I'm happy about because I don't know what's in half that stuff anyway.
Well, that's great, and thanks, Marty. We're glad to tell our Virago fans that we do help with your sinus problems. Thank you.
Try Virago today. Order your bottle online at myvirago.com and use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. That's myvirago.com, coupon code IMMUNE. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 7:37, has apocalyptic climatism become so passé that not even Greta Thunberg is interested anymore? We'll start there with our friend Bjorn Lomborg from the Copenhagen Consensus think tank. 7:37, now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Partly sunny, 68 degrees at 7:32. A warm day ahead, clouds and sun, very humid. And a level 3 risk of severe storms this afternoon, some with destructive hail in the forecast. a high of 84. And fast-moving storms yesterday caused some major damage in Stickney, where a condo building was damaged. Windows blown out of some South Loop high-rises, and some areas remain without power. We're seeing delays this morning on the Skokie Swift, better known as the CTA Yellow Line. Now, service temporarily suspended due to major obstructions on the track. And in Mettawa this morning, fallen power cables along Town Line Road between St. Mary's and Riverwoods has closed that major area of roadway this morning. A 5-year-old boy is dead, shot inside of a home in the south suburbs. Riverdale police responded to a home in the 13,000 block of South State Street Tuesday night around 6 p.m. for a report of a child who had been shot. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office identified him as Rosan Garrett. Riverdale police are investigating. New data released Wednesday shows inflation continuing to climb. Prices in May up 4.2% compared to 1 year ago. The U.S. has launched a second round of airstrikes on Iran on Thursday morning after President Donald Trump warned that Tehran would pay the price for stalled negotiations. Meantime, Iran responded with strikes targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. House Republicans Wednesday grilled the CEO of the Chicago Public Schools on Capitol Hill. Macquillan King was subpoenaed to testify before a House committee, one of 3 school superintendents who did appear. And a batch of mosquitoes collected from Fox River Grove has tested positive for West Nile virus. It marks the first positive test for West Nile this year, according to McHenry County officials. Davis Martin tossed 6 scoreless innings of work, win number 9, and the White Sox beat Atlanta 2-1 to move into first place in the AL Central. And the lowly Rockies beat the slumping Cubs last night 3-2. The news is a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Listen to AM 560 on your smartphone or mobile device at 560theanswer.com/mobile. A check of the roads coming up next on AM 560.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Monday, June 15th at McCray Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones Financial Advisor Nolan Webster and by real estate broker Ed Dring at leavingil.com.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews in family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Town Hall News, where conservative voices cut through the noise from breaking headlines to fearless opinion. We report what matters without apology. Written by people who actually believe what you believe. Town Hall tells the stories the corporate press buries, from President Trump to Capitol Hill, from pivotal elections to your everyday lives. Join the movement at townhall.com. Real stories, real reporters, real conservative media.
This is Megan Basham of the Daily Wire, inviting you to join me for the 2026 Issues Etc. Making the Case Conference, Friday, June 12th and Saturday, June 13th at Concordia University, Chicago. I'll be speaking and signing copies of my book, Shepherds for Sale. And joining me at this annual conference for Christian laity are Molly Hemingway of The Federalist, Robert Spencer of Jihad Watch, and Aaron Hawley of Alliance Defending Freedom. Learn more at issuesetc.org. Issuesetc.org.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon, CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
7:37. Let's get an update on the roads in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, a service of unbound.org. You can change futures in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. Seeing delays as you travel on the south side. King Drive, north and southbound, has buses temporarily rerouted due to street blockage, trees down, and other debris along King Drive being dealt with this morning. Oak Lawn, Central Avenue north and south between 97th and 98th shut down entirely. Railroad gates are malfunctioning this morning. Problems on the Jane Addams I-90 eastbound. You're hitting the brakes right at Meacham. Solid traffic on Lakeshore Drive northbound right at Bryn Mawr. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And now a check of your forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center. Warm with clouds and sun, chance of afternoon severe storms, and a high of 84.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives and Amy Jacobson. Heard weekday mornings at 11 on AM 560. The Answer. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. 20 years removed from Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth documentary. Oscar winning. Of course it was. Now it seems that even Greta Thunberg is subordinating her apocalyptic climatology. And I don't mean that as science. I mean that as ideology, climate ideology. Thunberg's updated spin on being an activist, an ally of Mother Earth.
If you are a climate justice activist, I mean, you should not be able to call yourself a climate activist if you are not also fighting for justice for people today. If you are so selfish, so incredibly selfish that you are not moved to action to see, for example, Gaza being turned to rubble, like seeing parents looking.
So, if you're not for climate justice, if you're not for free Palestine from the river to the sea, okay. I'm used to the convoluted from Greta, but that's interesting. She recognizes that the quote climate justice rap is not where her bread gets buttered quite as much anymore, huh? You know, and by the way, people who thought she was just, sort of a nuisance, oh, she's just a kid, and so on and so forth. Bethany Mandel writing about the UN's concessions a few weeks back. For over a decade, one of the most influential climate scenarios in the world was the United Nations-backed RCP 8.5, the RCP 8.5 pathway, an extreme emissions projection that became the basis for thousands upon thousands of academic studies, media reports, activist campaigns, educational materials, and political arguments. It has been routinely treated not as a worst-case hypothetical, but as the expected future itself. It was also the basis for the celebritization of dimwits like Greta Thunberg, frankly, and hucksters like Al Gore. my friendly amendment to what Bethany Mandel writes. Back to her. Entire generations of children absorbed that message constantly. They were told that the planet was on the brink of collapse. They sat through school lessons, television shows, and museum exhibits warning about irreversible catastrophe and societal breakdown. Climate anxiety became not merely understandable, but fashionable and morally valorized. Young people openly discussed whether having children was ethical in a world that is dying. To wit, AOC. We got 12 years. We were supposed to be out in 2030. Extinction level event by 2030 if we didn't eliminate fossil fuels. Bethany Mandel goes on, we cannot undo the anxiety already instilled in an entire generation, but we can stop deepening it. We can become more honest about scientific uncertainty, more skeptical of institutions that benefit politically and financially from public panic, and more careful about the emotional burden we place on children in the name of activism. And that goes for Greta Thunberg's parents, too. Real damage. And, we have these admissions that it was more or less the hoax that it was described as being. Hoax may be too strong a word, but it was a willful blindness with respect to what was unfolding, as Bethany Mandel nicely details. Willfully blind that the response was not proportional to the assessment, and that the assessment was not most likely but worst case scenario, and that it was wrong. And like we talk about with so many aspects of COVID, we were just talking about this last hour with Ron Johnson. Those rational skeptics asking substantive questions and not getting much substance in response, creating more skepticism, turned out to be right. We pat ourselves on the back and we move on. Well, then it's just going to happen again. We go careening from one moral panic to the next, just like Greta Thunberg, who's moved off of the Chicken Little climatism to Islamism. For more on all this, pleased to be joined by Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus think tank, author of Best Things First. Bjorn, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Dan, good to be here.
So, your reaction, you don't have to, adopt my view, but you can. You're welcome to. But your reaction to, this disclosure and sort of the postmortem. It's been a relatively subdued postmortem, but the postmortem on the UN's admissions and what it tells us about the last 20 years of hysterics.
Well, it's a complicated picture. So the overall point that you make is absolutely right, that a lot of people had a lot of interest in pushing an extreme scenario that even when it was made back in the 2000s, it was unrealistic. It was essentially assuming that we would burn up all the coal in the world, that we would quintuple our coal consumption from today. And nobody believes that that's going to happen. And so the argument that this was a way to inform policymakers is just a very weak one. Now, a lot of people would say, well, we were just using it for science. We were looking, it's easier if you have a really strong scenario, then you can see more clearly what's happening. That has some validity. But of course, it was sold as this is the end of the world. And that was a really bad way of informing people. And of course, a really terrible way to scare all the young kids. So fundamentally, it's great that we're getting back to more realistic scenarios and that we're getting back to saying, sure, climate change is a problem. No, it's not the end of the world. And then, of course, we can start treating climate change as we treat all other problems. Yeah, it's a problem, but, what kind of money are we going to spend on it? What other problems do we have, and where can we do the most good first? We don't fix all problems in this real world of ours, and so we constantly have to make priorities. Climate change for 20 years has tried to sort of circumvent that and say, it's the end of the world if you don't do everything I say. I get why that's a very, very good political argument, but it was wrong then, and it's even more clearly wrong now.
But is there anything overarching macro level that we need to do other than sort of just generally take the posture that I think most people take. I mean, there are always people that cross the line, but there are laws for that, and there's moral, societal, cultural opprobrium for that. I'm talking about technological advancements, more efficient energy production. I mean, certainly that's starting to happen with the data centers coming online, and there are environmental questions about that. Fine, let's hash them out. But I mean, it doesn't seem to me like we need to focus on this area of public policy making in isolation. It's one aspect of a larger conversation about this AI revolution that we're going through, about being good stewards of our resources, about trying to ensure that people that don't have the creature comforts like electricity and potable water and reliable food sources have them. But that's not a climate change conversation. It's just like a conversation about let's improve the quality of life for human beings as best we can, and do so while balancing our responsibility to be good stewards of God's earth. I mean, is it more complicated than that?
No, I think you're exactly right. We have lost sight because we were told this was the extinction event. Then, sort of all other things became less important. If you imagine sort of a meteor hurtling towards Earth, and it's going to eradicate us, as you mentioned, AOC said, but, she was just being told that from a lot of other sources in 2030.
Right, and she just repeats whatever she's told. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if you think there's a meteor hurtling towards Earth and it's going to eradicate life as we know it in 2030, it makes sense to say that should be our top priority, and then everything else comes second. That's no longer the case. I think we knew that already when it was said, but now we know that was not the case. And then you're exactly right. This is one of the many things we need to fix. Obviously, there are bigger problems in the world. If you ask most people, as you mentioned, and they're not quite just creature comforts, right? I mean, it would be nice to have food. If you're hungry, that's your main concern. It'd be nice to have potable water. It'd be nice to not die from lots of other things like indoor and outdoor air pollution, much of which has nothing to do with climate change. So, there are many bigger problems. Those are the kinds of things that we should be focused on. Then, of course, we should also think about this problem that will eventually evolve with climate change over this century. It's a good idea to fix it. And as you pointed out, if we could get cheaper green energy, that is clean energy, one of the ways we could get that is from nuclear power. Right now, that's not the case. It's not very cheap. But fourth generation or the new, small modular reactors kind of revolution promises that they could potentially be incredibly cheap. That'd be amazing. Then we could get, 24/7 power or power very cheaply. That could basically power all the things that we really like about the world. Could be that fusion comes online. There are many other opportunities, but it's not predominantly, put up more solar panels and wind turbines, which, not surprisingly, don't work when it's dark or when it's not windy.
Yeah, one of the lines in your piece about Al Gore's inconvenient untruths in his movie was the movie's biggest failing was not making the case for smarter approaches. Also, I would say smaller ones, right? I mean, it's the old saw about beware of anyone who comes saying he's going to save the planet.
Yes, and especially one that says he's going to save the planet, but it'll cost you about 10% of your income.
Yeah, right.
That's a lot of money, right?
Yeah,
so you're absolutely right. We should save the planet. It's a good idea to save the planet. First of all, it doesn't really need saving. It needs sort of adjusting. And one of the points is there are much, much cheaper ways to do this. We should have done already in 20 years ago, and now we can actually start thinking about doing this. We should have focused a lot more on innovation. That's how we've solved all other problems. Back in the 1950s, Los Angeles was incredibly polluted because of cars. The solution was not the sort of standard climate solution today to ban cars and tell people you just have to walk instead. The solution was the catalytic converter. We basically innovated this little gizmo that cost a couple $100. You put it on the tailpipe, and then basically there's almost no pollution left. That's how you fix problems, through technological development. Again, if we could develop fourth-generation nuclear, fusion, or even solar panels with lots and lots of batteries to be cheaper than fossil fuels, they're certainly not there yet. But if we could do that, then we would fix climate change and we would make people around the world much better off.
You note the global cost of climate policies in the last 20 years since Inconvenient Truth, $16 trillion. I mean, I when you look at that number over 20 years, you understand why Trump calls this the greatest hoax in human history, just on the scale, on the dollar scale. And think about the opportunity cost, of that 16 trillion, what it could have been spent on, and how it misdirected, as you were sort of referencing, misdirected scientific research away from areas that you're talking about that would actually be smarter approaches, the making clean energy cheaper, drought-resistant crops, and advanced nuclear infusion and technology and so forth.
Exactly. I mean, look, again, we're a rich civilization. It doesn't mean that we've all gone to the poorhouse. Clearly, we haven't. But $16 trillion is a lot of money, and we could have done a lot more good with it. But in some sense, that's water under the bridge. It's a sunk cost in that sense. But we should not be spending, more than $2 trillion a year now on climate policy, and we should certainly not be doing what a lot of people and Al Gore and many others have been arguing for, spending tens or even hundreds of trillions of dollars towards the end of the century on climate policy. That's just not only a ridiculous misspend of resources, but of course also absolutely impossible in democracies. We're just not going to get voters to say yes to that. You can see just today, the EU, which is one of the leading sort of climate alarmist blocs in the world, have realized, oh, wait, voters actually don't like when energy becomes really, really expensive. And now they're sort of throttling down what you could arguably say is their key climate policy, namely the tax that's on the tax that we put on CO2 emissions, and they're trying to half that cost. But what they're essentially saying is, sure, we promised we would do a lot about climate. Now we'll only do half because voters just don't want to pay up. And of course, we're nowhere near where the pain point is actually going to be if we follow what Al Gore and many others were talking about, namely going net zero by 2050. Without technological innovation, that is going to be phenomenally costly. Then we literally will be talking about hundreds of trillions or even thousands of trillions of dollars in cost.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this midterm election cycle here. And in 2022, we're already seeing it with people like James Tallarico, who introduced legislation to essentially ban the oil and gas industry in Texas, which is pretty aggressive. Now doing full reversals. I can't wait for Gavin Newsom's presidential run where, the guy who wanted to eliminate fossil fuel powered cars by 2035. We'll see if he wants to stick to that line of attack. Bjorn Lomborg is
probably not.
Yes, no, I know. I think we're going to see more and more full reversals on this topic. There's no question, and especially when they can't even rely on junk science from the UN anymore. Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus think tank, author of Best Things First. Bjorn, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Dan, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you. And Bjorn Lomborg joined us on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr. Now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560. The Answer. It's almost time once again for the annual AM 560 Golf Outing, presented by Signature Bank. AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to help them support America's first responder and military heroes, to help America never forget 9/11. This year, our golf outing is happening on Monday, June 15th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. When you purchase a foursome to join us, you'll enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. And if you're a business owner owner. When you purchase a foursome, you'll also receive an AM 560 marketing campaign, which includes 25 one-minute commercials to air on AM 560 Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. and a free digital marketing analysis. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. That's 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones Financial Advisor Nolan Webster and by real estate broker Ed Dream at leavingil.com.
Platform safety is so important in your industrial facility. You need to keep personnel safe and meet OSHA requirements. Experience one problem with your platforms, and you could be facing costly fines or worse. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to keep your employees safe.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. As a metal fabricator, I know the importance of keeping your workplace safe. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor, uniquely equipped to design, fabricate, and install safety equipment including steel catwalks, handrails, stairways, and ladders. Our team of union building trades mechanics can inspect existing systems, engineer solutions, fabricate quality steel products, and install it all, creating a safer workplace environment.
Call 833-VANS-IND for a free inspection of your building. See what else they can do for you. Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS Industrial.com. Quality craftsmanship since 1964.
Picture warm Gulf breezes, turquoise waters, white sand beaches. Now, add evenings of conversation with Salem Media's Mike Gallagher, Scott Jennings, Larry O'Connor, and Jennifer Horn. This November, sail from Fort Lauderdale to the Bahamas, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, and Mexico on a 7-day journey built for those who love this country. Book your cabin today when you text the word cruise to 94878. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary the right way on the Gulf of America Cruise. Book your cabin now. Text the word cruise to 94878. Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560, The Answer.
Speaking of Gaza, Greta, Jerry Seinfeld, after that big Knicks comeback win yesterday, on his way out of MSG, was asked about freeing Palestine.
That's the order.
Oh, Jerry Seinfeld.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
Hi-oh. Good for Jerry. It's now 8 o'clock on AM 560 WIND.
The U.S. will be hitting Iran very hard tonight again. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump just posted that on Truth Social a short time ago and then tells Fox
they have no defense. They can't do anything about it.
Saying Iran is decimated.
They're dying to make a deal. They want to make a deal so badly.
Now, the president also wrote in his post he wants to take Iran's Karg Island and their oil infrastructure, but he also tells Fox,
I don't know that America has the stomach for it, to be honest with you. You're going to make a fortune, but I don't know that America has the stomach. I think they'd like to see us come home.
Now, the president also says for the second night in a row, the U.S. hit Iran very hard.
Rather than trying to force the Iranians into a deal that they've been unwilling to make so far, the president is now targeting these critical assets belonging to the Iranian regime. What we saw last night, broadly a shaping operation. You see the radar systems and the air defense systems taken out by not only Tomahawk missiles, but the fighter jets that were in the skies of Iran.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Iran has retaliated and says the ceasefire has been rendered practically meaningless.
Iranian strikes targeted locations in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan, all countries with a U.S. military presence. Kuwait condemned what it called sinful aggressions from Iran.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. We got another inflation update a little bit ago, this time at the wholesale level.
Coming in hotter than Wall Street expected.
Producer prices rose 1.1% last month from April.
As for year over year, we came in 6.5%. The Street was looking for 6.4%, just a slight tick above expectations.
Fox Business Network Cheryl Casoni, that May rate is the biggest annual price increase since November 2022, but the core wholesale inflation rate, which excludes food and energy costs, rose less than expected. On Wall Street, stock futures are rising the day after the report on spiking consumer prices triggered a huge market sell-off. Oil prices are up slightly. America's listening to Fox News. 68 degrees, partly sunny skies at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A warm day with clouds and sun. Mix in some possibilities of severe storms this afternoon again. We'll top out at 84. And this morning, editors at our traffic desk have just updated us on the CTA Yellow Line disruptions between Dempster and Howard. Normal conditions are resuming. They've removed earlier obstructions from the tracks, so the Skokie Swift not on time, but should be running this morning. And on the south side of Chicago, as you travel near 45th and Laughlin, there is a house fire still being dealt with by Chicago Fire. On the scene this morning, the intersection is blocked as they continue to douse those flames. Fast-moving storms blew through Chicago yesterday, prompting watches and warnings, wind gusts topping 70 miles an hour. And the Storm Prediction Center this morning has most of northern Illinois and northwest Indiana under a level 3 risk for storms. A 5-year-old boy died after being shot inside of a home in the south suburbs Tuesday night. Riverdale police responded to a home in the 13,000 block of South State around 6:05. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office identified the boy as Rosan Garrett. Riverdale police are investigating the shooting as a homicide. Davis Martin threw 6 scoreless innings for win number 9. White Sox beat the Braves 2-1 last night to move into first place in the AL Central. And the lowly Rockies beat the slumping Cubs 3-2. The News is a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency. Go to surroundchicago.com today. Time now for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Wall Street will be reacting today to the Producer Price Index, inflation at the wholesale level for May. Oracle shares are down 2% this morning, though the software and cloud computing company's quarter topped expectations. Its spending on artificial intelligence was about $5 billion more than analysts expected, and it plans to spend even more next year. Investors recently have been questioning when all the spending will pay off. Now that GLP-1 weight loss drugs are becoming more widely used, about 10% of employers who now cover the treatments say they plan to stop paying for them next year. The Business Group on Health tells Reuters employers say newer pills for weight loss as well as injections are available from the drug companies at discounted prices. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda. Invested in you.
Larry Elder is tired of the media bias.
Here are some of the narratives I hear when I watch CNN and BS Now, so you don't have to. Well, Donald Trump tore up the Iran deal. Again, he didn't tear up anything. He withdrew it. The other line is, Iran was not on the verge of getting a nuke. Did you watch the 60 Minutes piece 3 Sundays ago? They said they were very close. 60 Minutes, not exactly pro-Trump.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Have you been watching gold and silver lately? Hard to ignore. Back in January of 2025, silver was under $30 an ounce, and now it's more than doubled. Again, not bad, right? Some experts say this bull market is just getting started. Others say it's a good time to take some money off the table. Either way, whether you're buying or selling, Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is the place to go. They stock large quantities of all the major bullion coins and bars. And here's what sets them apart. Unlike places that only pay melt value, Fox Valley Coins pays more for high-grade coins and scarcer dates. That's real money left in your pocket. They also buy scrap sterling flatware, jewelry, silver-plated items, and old proof sets. And they specialize in U.S. and foreign collector and investment coins and currency, both buying and selling. Fox Valley Coins, one light north of I-88 on Route 59 at Ferry Road in Naperville. Family owned with integrity since 1981.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-575-8924. 800-575-8924. That's 800-575-8924.
Now, this 25th anniversary of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation remains committed to honoring the heroes shaped by that day. Heroes like NYPD Detective Victor Vargas, a U.S. Air Force veteran who died from pancreatic cancer after serving in the World Trade Center recovery efforts. Tunnel to Towers honored Detective Vargas by paying off the family's mortgage. You can donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Shh, here he comes. Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction, and the drilling is only during business hours. It's so loud.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor. It's plaster from your ceiling.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
It is 8:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. I-80 commuters, watch out westbound between the Seneca interchange or near the Seneca interchange. Stop and go traffic from Lisbon Road. Rollover semi reported bad accident with emergency crews headed to the scene. Jane Addams, stop and go eastbound right at Meacham. You've got tough traffic on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound right at 18th. And stop-and-go delays on the inbound Stevenson between Harlem and Pulaski. Traffic, a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Download the AM 560 mobile app at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But first, a check of your forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect a severe thunderstorm to develop late this afternoon. Otherwise, the day will be very warm and humid with a mix of clouds and sun. It'll be breezy in the afternoon. There is a significant risk of damaging winds, destructive hail, tornadoes, and flooding downpours. The high temperature will reach 87 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Yesterday, President Trump commenting on the strikes authorized against the Iranians after that Apache helicopter was shot down by an Iranian drone, saying they're going to have to pay. I love the reporting this morning. Iran saying the ceasefire is effectively over. Oh, now it's over. The ceasefire, as defined by President Trump, as when the other side is only moderately firing weapons, firing missiles at American assets, American soldiers, and those of our allies.
Now, look, I've been working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter. Very expensive helicopter, by the way, but much more importantly, the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war.
Yeah, okay. And then he goes, trails off into his customary rap. He also said this about what's been happening during the blockade and the effective shutdown of the Strait, about the oil. And we've talked about this, but about the oil that has been clandestinely being removed and moved out, which is one of the reasons he argues that oil prices haven't spiked more than they have.
This war is over. I can say it now. Something you didn't know. We've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal reported on this like a week ago. We've talked about it with a couple of our experts over the course of the last handful of shows. So I'm not sure the Iranians were unaware of this, and I'm not sure that that's really either statement is really really explains the posture that the president has taken for the last 6 or 7 weeks, frankly. But for more on this, please be joined by Jonathan Schanzer. He is the executive director of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
One of the descriptions of the retaliatory strikes against the Iranians, emphasis on proportional. Should they be proportional or should they be disproportional?
Well, my personal opinion is that we shouldn't be talking about whether they're proportional or not. We should just be doing the job that needs to get done in order to bring down the regime. In other words, we know that they're aggressive. We know that they've just attacked a helicopter. Why does it need to be said whether our response is proportional or not? When we do that, what we're indicating is, well, we really want them to come back to the table. We hope that they talk to us. We hope that there's a deal. We look like we are bending over backwards to communicate to them and to communicate to the world, for that matter. What I think really we should be thinking about right now is, okay, we hammered their military. We've destroyed a lot of their capabilities. That's good. They're weaker. We've taken out a number of their top leaders. Also good. So they're weaker. They're reeling. Now we have this economic siege that we've put on the Persian Gulf. That means that they're unable to export their oil. They're losing probably tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Pretty soon, we hope they're going to have to cap their wells. They're not going to be able to produce oil. And then we're talking about billions of dollars in losses. And on top of that, we have the ability to keep hammering away at targets of our choosing whenever we want, without an explanation, without justification, because our goal is to get them to submit and to capitulate. That's what we're pushing for here. Nothing else really matters. And so I think the messaging has been, look, not wildly off, but off enough that, it has folks like you and me scratching our heads saying, why is the president saying these things when we know what the goal is? The goal is victory, and we don't need to explain every little step we take along the way.
Yeah, and also I'm just, I'm puzzled by how this makes sense, the approach taken, if the end game is like we need to, massage our Gulf state allies because we need to be respectful of people that want to play intermediary like the Qataris. We have a good relationship with them on some fronts. Very complicated relationship. The piece that you guys did, that report on the Qatar that the Foundation for Defense of Democracies did, was outstanding and troubling on so many levels. But I just don't understand that. So because ultimately we're going to turn this over to them. So if we're going to turn this over to them, whatever this is, do you want a weakened Iran or do you want a fundamentally changed Iran such that it doesn't have the capacity to pose any of these threats, nuclear weapons or cutting off commercial shipping in the Strait?
Well, I mean, I think you raise a bunch of interesting questions, and I think each one important. I mean, first, let me just say the idea of leaving the region to the Qataris would be an absolute disaster of an outcome for the United States. You got to remember the Qataris are patrons of Hamas, the Taliban, Muslim Brotherhood, they shelter Al-Qaeda and ISIS. What we need is we actually need to hand this over to responsible actors in the region, probably more like the UAE. But I think there's a bigger question beyond that, which is, are we actually trying to get regime change? Are we trying to get fundamental change in the region? Or are we just trying to get them to the table for a deal that they probably won't honor? And I think that the president, look, I understand why the president doesn't want to say regime change. It's a dirty term here in Washington. Our experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan, they were disasters. We lost, trillions of dollars. We lost thousands of soldiers. It was an unmitigated disaster during the Bush administration, and I think we're still licking our wounds from that. And so the president, is he actually in reality thinking about regime change? Because if he is, well then again, that changes the way that we look at all of this. We should be looking to bring down the regime. We should not be talking about proportionality. And even if we are just thinking about an agreement, we should. They're going down.
But I mean, but even on how could you sign an agreement with them crippling commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for the last month and a half? With that happening, can't. Right? So you signed a deal saying we open the Strait of Hormuz now. Well, that just says we can So and if the Gulf states will some specific performance that indicates that they will abide the term. I mean, so if you can't trust it, you call these guys lunatics. If you can't trust them, and you can't trust them without Gulf state chaperones, and then why don't you just get the strait open through force right now, and show them that the strait will be open, and you can exist under a paradigm where the strait is open and no tolls and no piracy and no nonsense, or you can stop existing.
Well, look, I think you have it exactly right. That is the choice that we should be putting them to, and they should fear the United States. They shouldn't be hearing about proportionality and ongoing efforts to engage in diplomacy. We should be forcing them to capitulate. That is what war is all about. It's about forcing your enemy to end their hostility. I think the subtext here that we all need to understand is, again, it tracks back to this regime change question. The president doesn't want to put thousands of troops on the ground, which may be necessary to open the Strait of Hormuz. He doesn't want to put naval vessels in harm's way, right? We don't want to see us get drawn into a quagmire, and that's exactly what the Iranians, I think, would like us to do, right? To get into an asymmetric war where we drop huge amounts of munitions that cost billions of dollars. Small attacks, fast boats, shoulder-fired missiles, and we find ourselves stuck again. And so what the president is trying to do is he's trying to kind of navigate this narrow lane that he's created for himself. It may be too clever by half. It may not be something that's feasible. And again, we just may need to go back to brute force here. But I do think that we are struggling to find exactly that, like trying to find that perfect lane to be able to operate.
But why would there need to be boots on the ground to reopen the strait? We couldn't do that strictly with our Navy and air support?
Going through, and we declare the strait open, and then all of a sudden there are a bunch of Iranian IRGC guys that are in the mountains that are, I don't know, quarter mile, half mile away, and they pop up out of nowhere with a shoulder-fired missile, and they shoot. And we can try to respond with, let's say helicopters or aircraft, but that would require an enormous effort. My guess is that we'd probably also need boots on the ground in order to secure these areas. And I do think that may be, and obviously I'm not in the head of the president, but that may be part of the challenge here. Again, where the president understands that winning is the right thing to do, but how you win and what you risk by going for that win, I think that's what's giving him pause, I think.
Back in this hemisphere, just want to get your reaction to the situation in Cuba, because this has been obviously subordinated to Iran, but it's been discussed, and there's some real jawboning and brinkmanship going on, particularly from Rubio at the direction of the Canel regime there in Havana. And, the idea, the feeling is that, this is a regime that's teetering and we're going to watch it fall, or we're going to try to facilitate its fall. And maybe there's some play for what comes next, some theory about what comes next. But, that's another regime that's been able to, survive, like Keith Richards over the last 70 years too. I mean, it's just every time you think they're going to be down for the count, they're not down for the count. And that can create, if that state does fail, you could create, and I'm sure this is something that Rubio and the president are considering, but you could create openings for drug cartels and other bad actors. You could create, a real wave of migration towards the southern coast of Florida. I mean, what do you get the sense of, or what should the posture towards Cuba be?
Well, I think right now the posture is, complete and total hostility. I think much in the same way that we viewed Venezuela. And I think there is kind of a Venezuela approach that lies in wait, right? We're not there yet because we've got a lot of our assets pinned down in the Middle East right now as we try to figure out the Strait of Hormuz crisis. But I think from everything we're hearing from the Trump administration, from the president, from Marco Rubio, we are likely to head there next. Now, we have heard that there may be some Cuban surprises waiting for us, that they might have military capabilities that we haven't yet seen. I'm not sure how much that is going to keep anybody up at night. I think we probably have overwhelming firepower to deploy there, but we need to be able to free ourselves up. I don't think we want to be fighting two fronts, just even in two different hemispheres. It sounds complicated. I think the president's trying to take care of business first in the Middle East and then move on over. But I think there, we already know that economically, the same kind of siege that we have on the Iranian regime right now, we have on Cuba, right? They're not getting the oil that they were once getting from Venezuela. They are in deep trouble economically. And that means that politically, they're in deep trouble. And we're just letting that stew, right? We're just keeping a lid on that pot, and it feels like it could explode. So I see, potentially good things just to soften them up for whenever that moment comes where the Trump administration decides, okay, it's go time. We've cleared the decks with the Islamic Republic in the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's time for the next. And I got to say that the assertion of American power in multiple hemispheres is, I think, a really good prelude to the great power competition that is looming, or that is already underway, between the Chinese and the United States, right? Well, you've got a Chinese government that wants to dominate the world, and we're saying not so fast.
Well, and the other thing, the development we've been discussing in Latin America and South America has been the run of conservative victories at the presidential level. And so now we have allies in those countries, at least this administration does, that we haven't necessarily had before. And and we can outsource maybe some of this Cuban business to our allies there. But regardless, we have more reliable heads of state than we've had in a long time.
No, that's absolutely right. And again, I think that's part of that same great power competition thing, right? If we're watching the sort of unraveling and declining of, let's just say, leftist, socialist, communist, pro-China, pro-Russia regimes in our neck of the woods, and you're starting to see the rise of, more reliable allies, as you say, this is good. This means that we are gaining control over our hemisphere, and maybe even beginning to show that there's momentum further afield. I do think that a win in Iran will go a huge way. It will make it really look like the Middle East is ours as well. That obviously leaves open questions about Europe and what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, and what do we want out of Europe? I think that's a big open question. We see more disdain than attempts to bring in stronger alliances in Europe for now. There's obviously questions about the countries that are immediately in the sphere of China. But again, there is a great game afoot here. And I think Americans are slowly waking up to this, that great power competition will be the thing that defines the next 50, 100 years. AI, by the way, as well. And that's an important element to this great power competition. You got new technology that both of these great powers are trying to wield. And there's this question of territory and how much each of us controls within these various spheres of influence.
Yeah, I mean, if we can topple the Islamists in Tehran and the communists in Havana, then maybe we can work on toppling the Islamists and the communists in big cities in America. Could try to do that.
I think
that
it's
too.
a goal.
Yeah, that's a goal.
Yeah.
Jonathan Schanzer, Executive Director, Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
And he joined us on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, it's Jeff from Jeff Buys Your House. When people call us, they're not just selling a house. They're usually dealing with something bigger, a major life change, a family transition, or an overwhelming situation. We recently helped a family in Aurora. Mom needed memory care, and her kids were trying to coordinate everything from out of town. The house was full of 40 years of belongings, and they were completely overwhelmed. They told us they didn't have the time or energy for repairs and a major cleanout. We bought the house as is and gave them the time they needed to take what mattered. Family photos, heirlooms, whatever they wanted. And we handled the rest. After closing, they sent us a note. You gave us time to grieve, not just sell a house. Since 2007, our veteran-led team has helped hundreds of Chicagoland families through difficult transitions with no pressure and no gimmicks. If you're ready for a no-obligation conversation, call us at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or jeffbuysyourhouse.com. That's jeffbuysyourhouse.com.
Let me ask you something. Does your garage floor look bad? Covered in salt, cracked, or stained from the winter's brutal blast? Well, I've got a fix for you so you can start enjoying your garage this spring. Contact my good friends at Level 10 Coatings. Level 10 brought my garage floor from dirty and gross to showroom, shiny new in just one day. Level 10 Coatings can do the same for you. A quick and easy fix, permanent durable solution. Guaranteed to never chip or peel. Get it done now so you can enjoy your garage this spring and summer. Schedule your free quote today and mention me, Amy, for $500 off. Visit level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com. Level10coatings.com or call 855-510-2628. Again, that's 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Each morning, the newsmakers and the newsbreakers shaping today's conversation are heard on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line on Chicago's Morning Answer. When you need answers about what's happening in your world, you turn to AM 560 The Answer. And when you need answers about how to prepare for and protect your retirement, you turn to the Alpha Wealth Group, now the proud sponsor of the AM 560 Answer line, right here on Chicago's source for news, opinion, and insight. AM 560 The Answer.
This is Molly Hemingway of The Federalist, inviting you to join me for the 2026 Issues Etc. Making the Case Conference, Friday, June 12th and Saturday, June 13th at Concordia University, Chicago. I'll be speaking and signing copies of my new book, Alito, the Justice Who Reshaped the Supreme Court and Restored the U.S. Constitution. Learn more at issuesetc.org. issuesetc.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 8:38, we'll talk midterms with Juan Williams, analyst for Fox News, of course. Juan Williams on the midterms at 8:38. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
69 degrees this morning in the QC Kinetics newsroom. For our friends traveling to the Quad Cities, maybe out to Iowa or parts west, I-80 is shut down westbound near the Seneca interchange. That's close to Ottawa this morning. Rollover semi and other problems on I-80 westbound as you're traveling near Seneca. That, of course, closer to Ottawa and parts west in the state this morning. Fast-moving storms blew through the Chicago area yesterday afternoon, prompting watches and warnings and winds 75 miles an hour, downing trees damaging a Stickney condo building. The Storm Prediction Center also saying northern Illinois and northwest Indiana are under a level 3 risk for severe storms later today. A 5-year-old boy is dead after being shot inside of a home Tuesday night. Riverdale police responded to a home in the 13,000 block of South State on reports of a child who had been shot. Yesterday, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office identified the boy as Rosan Garrett. Riverdale police are investigating that shooting as a homicide. An Indian official says 3 Indian mariners were killed on board of a tanker targeted by the U.S. military, allegedly violating America's blockade on Iran. Honda recalling 800,000 vehicles because near rear suspension components may fail, causing drivers to lose control. Prosecutors said late yesterday they will not seek the death penalty as part of a plea agreement with the man charged in the political assassinations of the top Democrat in the Minnesota House, along with her husband, as well as the attempted murders of a state senator and his wife. The defendant, Vance Bolter, was scheduled for a change of plea hearing this morning in federal court in Minneapolis. A suburban man will remain behind bars after authorities charged him with his 6th offense of driving under the influence. Authorities in DuPage County announcing Goran Burkic of Addison now faces 1 felony count of DUI. And a batch of mosquitoes collected from Fox River Grove has tested positive for West Nile, marking the first positive test for West Nile in mosquitoes this season in McHenry County. White Sox beat Atlanta 2-1. Rockies over the slumping Cubs 3-2. The news is a service of the AM 560 Advantage, where membership has its privileges. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. A check of the roads in 2 minutes on AM 560.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Monday, June 15th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones Financial Advisor Nolan Webster and by real estate broker Ed Dring at leavingil.com.
Hello, this is Kevin Coyne, Chairman of the DuPage County GOP, inviting you to join us for our 2nd annual summer kickoff and celebration of America's 250th birthday. Our event will be in Addison at American Tap on June 24th. Doors will open at 6:30 p.m. And we will hear from our new Illinois GOP Chairman Bob Grogan, State Senator Seth Lewis, and State Representative Jennifer St. Elitro. We'll also have a special appearance from former Cubs pitching great Steve Trout. Tickets are $75 and can be purchased in advance at our website, DuPageGOP.com. Paid for by DuPage County Republican Central Committee.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
Salem Surround. Is your business hard to find online? Meet with a digital marketer today for ideas that will make your business stand out. Visit salemsurround.com.
Are you 65 or older and dealing with chronic knee or shoulder pain? You're not alone. At the Joint Relief Institute, we've helped thousands find real relief without surgery. Our non-surgical, FDA-approved treatment uses hyaluronic gel that acts like a cushion between the bones in your knee. As we age, the cushion naturally wears down, causing painful grinding and popping. But our gel restores that cushion, allowing your knee to move smoothly again. Ready to stop the pain and get back to doing what you love? Call the Joint Relief Institute at 708-315-6800. Again, that's 708-315-6800.
Move better, live better with JRI.
Move better and live better with JRI. Contact the Joint Relief Institute today and get back to doing what you love.
Call 708-315-6800 or visit jointreliefinstitute.com. Locations in Glenview, Oak Brook, and Orland Park. Call 708-315-6800. Medicare and most private insurance plans accepted. Reclaim your mobility with the Joint Relief Institute.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us. 8:37, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. A service of USPS Ground Advantage. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. Tri-State disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. It's on the southbound side of 294 between Town Line and Half Day Road. Stop and go on DuSable Lakeshore Drive at Bryn Mawr. Accident, left lane block. 3 cars involved inbound on the Eisenhower. 290 at 25th. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But first, a check of your forecast in the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center. A warm afternoon ahead. Severe storms could pop up with a high of 84.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Well, President Trump has weighed in on the Maine Senate race. The guy with the Nazi tattoo, that working class hero with the private schools and the play oyster business, oyster farming business, whereas mom's restaurant is the only client. And guy's got a real problem with the late Chris Kyle, American Sniper, the not so late Marcus Luttrell. Accused Marcus Luttrell of embellishing the story of that SEAL team in Lone Survivor that was memorialized in Lone Survivor, the movie. He accused both Marcus Luttrell and another SEAL of plagiarism. This from some of his famous posts. I'm sure this was the dark period. Luttrell didn't write the damn book. It was ghostwritten by a limey and is war porn at its worst. Quote. He suggested that Luttrell and Patrick Robinson, that's the limey, stole material from another for the book from another Navy SEAL author. Terrible planning, improperly trained and equipped unit, then a whole bunch of lying on the part of Luttrell and the Navy to turn a total failure into some bull jive glory story. Michael Murphy, the legendary SEAL, posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, and his family might disagree with that. Just odd. These rants. Not to mention his rape fantasies and all that other business. Well, President Trump, I think, has Plantner sussed out.
I think it's another one, if you look. I actually think the one in Maine is worse. because he's just an outright pig. He's like a pig. I watched him a couple of times. He's like a pig. That's what he reminds me of. I come up with good names for people. I don't want to stick him with that one, although I think pigs would be very upset about it. Go ahead.
And so much to the chagrin of our next guest, he is going to support Susan Collins, of course.
In Maine, are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate
She does,
re-election?
because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along well, but I have some. But she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's had 10,000 votes. She had 10,000 votes.
In another Senate race that could be a opportunity for a Republican flip, that in Michigan, Abdul El-Sayed is a leading candidate for the nomination, Democrats. And his he's got some sort of past remarks to address, just like Jimmy Tallarico is at present, doing full reversals. Abdul El-Sayed previously supported defunding the police when it was all the rage. But that was just when he was a professor, so, you can understand. This was back and forth between El-Sayed and Caitlin Collins, CNN.
As well, because my colleagues at K-File here at CNN found that you had deleted thousands of old posts on X, on Twitter, sometime before launching your Senate campaign. Some of those posts included messages that said, that championed the defund the police movement, described the police as, quote, standing armies. Why did you take those posts down?
Well, let me just speak to a vision for public safety that I think all of us can agree with. I think all of us want to be safe. We want to know that we can get home safely. We don't want to worry about being the victim of somebody's violence, whether it's from a neighbor or the state itself. And we got to get serious about the kind of policing we need. And for too long, we have not invested in the kind of recruitment and retention and retirement that has people from local communities wanting to join in and be a part of keeping public safety. But also for too long, our answer to every problem has been someone with a gun, and that's just not always the right answer. I think we can invest in things like community violence intervention. I think we can invest in things like behavioral response. And that has earned broad agreement, whether you're talking about folks in law enforcement or you're talking about folks who have been long thinking about how to reform our system. So right now, I think we got to get past the past and start thinking about the kind of future where we're actually answering the challenges that people have in their communities with the right kind of resources. And I learned that as leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. I had to rebuild the juvenile detention facility working alongside law enforcement.
So would you say you feel differently than you did before?
Well, look, at that time, I was a professor. I was teaching at the edge of criminal justice and public health. At this point, I'm running for U.S. Senate. And in my experiences as a public official, I understand deeply that we have to all come together to think past.
But
I'll tell you this.
Yeah. There it is. It's going to be interesting, the candidates that are being leveled up. And I know there's some Republican candidates that have problems, too, like Ken Paxton. But, boy, as I said, all of these high-profile races where a lot of money is going to be spent are branding exercises for both parties. Got some tough sells on the left if they have designs on taking the Senate, even the House, for that matter. Juan Williams is a senior political analyst for Fox News Channel, prize-winning civil rights historian, and author of the new book, New Prize for These Eyes, The Rise of America's Second Civil Rights Movement. Juan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Dan. Good to be with you.
You thought you wrote a piece in The Hill why Trump might endorse Plantner for Senate. Sorry, your hopes were dashed there. Well, give us your review of Plantner. He's on everybody's mind right now. Morning Joe is trying to, jumpstart his redemption tour. How's it going?
Oh, well, look, I mean, the voters are the ones that have a voice here, Dan, and, we all saw what happened. I mean, he got more than 72% of the vote in the Democratic primary.
Right.
These are the voters in the state of Maine. I mean, he broke a record that was set back in 2020 when the woman who was running against Susan Collins at the time, Sarah Gideon, she got 71%. Everybody thought, wow, look at the Democratic base. Look at how strongly they support this candidate. Collins beat Gideon. But this time, Plattner exceeded Gideon's reach among Democratic voters, and there was a big turnout. So, when you ask about Plattner, you can ask me, and I could never wrap my arms around the guy. I mean, everything from the Nazi tattoo to the sexual text and all that, I just not comfortable for me. But you gotta, in the game of politics, respect the voters, and man, are they behind Plattner.
Well, no,
everybody says they want authentic voices, they want real people, and he's a military veteran, oyster farmer, as you say, a prep school kid from Maine. All this is true about him.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, but you're not hearing from inside the House calls for him to be replaced or step down like you for other candidates like you are Plattner, for example. Josh Gottheimer, Democrat congressman from New Jersey, basically wanted to soprano him, at least rhetorically, saying, he shouldn't be a nominee. He's not somebody I could support. Our party should get somebody else in Maine.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I understand.
Chuck Schumer really was trying to push the governor, Janet Mills in Maine, we're talking about, to be the nominee. And he is sorely disappointed. And Plattner has said in his acceptance speech he's not doing business with Schumer. He sees Schumer as part of the Democratic establishment. So Plattner it presents himself as separate from any political establishment, and that has tremendous appeal at this moment. You mentioned Ken Paxton. It's the same deal down in Texas. These guys, I don't think you or I could wrap our arms around Ken Paxton, but the voters chose that candidate knowing what we know.
Yeah, I understand. So what's your how sanguine are you about the midterms? Because there's some analysts out now that have actually Republicans with a slight favorite to hold the House, which is sort of remarkable given where the president's approval ratings are, and given this is a midterm election in the history of midterm elections for the party out of power. But the remapping and the Calais decision have reshaped the map a little bit.
Without a doubt. And I think that it's still the case that if you were a betting man, you look at the prediction markets, they all favor the Democrats in the House. There have been some who have actually said that Democrats had a chance in the Senate, but I think that's slightly diminished now. But your point is well taken. The redistricting push and the Supreme Court ruling have put added districts in the Republican column and made it a tighter race. But, Dan, what strikes me is that people who are, thinking for themselves, maybe middle of the road, willing to consider either side, are really on the outs right now. Everything is locked in. You're in a red state, a red district, a blue state, a blue district. It's it's like, I don't know that this appeals to, candidates making the case to voters rather than simply appealing to tribal, you're one of us or you're not one of us. We hate the other guy versus we stand for what's right.
I want to get your reaction to some of the reactions to the Carmelo Anthony verdict in Collin County, Texas, particularly Jasmine Crockett. I mean, I know she's on her way out the door, but she's not the only one saying things like this. But the reaction to racialize this, for example, Jasmine Crockett, first of all, just as an officer of the court, it's sort of embarrassing that she doesn't know the facts in this case. This is how she described Austin Metcalf, the victim.
If a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist.
Except Austin Metcalf wasn't 300 pounds and he wasn't beating Carmelo Anthony down, and no evidence was presented at trial to that effect. She also had this to say about the murder weapon.
Was it a switch? I don't know what he had.
It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army.
Like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would argue the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
And that's why
Well, it wasn't a deadly weapon, but it was used to kill someone. And then this, finally.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way. And we're going to have just some real conversations about race in this country.
What do you think about those comments, Juan?
Well, I don't think she knows the facts of the case. You just, I agree with you, Dan.
That's
I mean,
number one.
Right. No, there's no 300-pound man involved, and nobody was on top beating anybody. I mean, it was a vicious act, in my opinion, but that's my opinion. The last part she said about, mothers of Black boys being concerned, I don't think there's any question that's true, especially, that kind of feeling and that fear is well known. And, people have arguments and conversations about how to talk to your son if he's Black in dealing with the police and the public, because the stereotype is pretty strong.
Yeah, but that was very specific. It wasn't a general statement like that. It was the Metcalfs, Mrs. Metcalf, who just lost her son to a murder, doesn't know agony like Carmelo Anthony's mom because she's not Black. Her son was just murdered.
I think this is all very racial, and
yes,
to me, it's an appeal to racial anger. And maybe, I don't know why, is she playing some political game there? Because to me, this is explosive stuff. It appeals to a lot of racial anger on every side. I don't know what she's doing, but I would not in any way, say that there was an analogy to be made between a mother who just lost her child,
right,
and people who have concerns about their children being targeted, as, predators, and all the kind of language we've seen directed at Black children. No, it's not comparable. It's wrong. I think Ms. Crockett should apologize.
All right. Well, we've come to another point of agreement, Juan. How about that? All right. Very good.
Go, Dan, go.
Juan Williams, senior political analyst for Fox, prize-winning civil rights historian. The new book, New Prize for These Eyes, The Rise of America's Second Civil Rights Movement. Juan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Dan. Take care.
Take care. And Juan, join us on the alphawealthgroup.com answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hello? Sir, this is Officer Peterson. There's been a string of break-ins in the area, and your office, it was hit. Hit? What do you mean? We were robbed? Looks like the back door lock was easily pried open, and they moved through the building like they knew exactly what to take. We see wires everywhere. No computers. What? No computers? I just upgraded everything. Looks like they moved fast. We only found out because a neighboring business had their alarm go off. Do you have any security cameras?
No. Nothing.
Don't wait until it's too late. Goldilocks protects Chicagoland businesses with custom security solutions. From reinforced commercial doors with keyless entry to cameras and 24/7 monitoring that alerts authorities immediately. Schedule a free on-site assessment at GoldilocksInc.com. Again, that's GoldilocksInc.com. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicago's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
Hey, if you're living with joint pain, listen up. Is your life filled with I can't raise my arms, I can't climb stairs, I can't kneel down, I can't take a long walk or golf with the guys? Well, today's a new day. Take action. It's a day to celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. They're back to enjoying their lives again thanks to the innovative treatments offered at QC Kinetics. I've seen the results, and I recommend Dr. Caravelli and her team. So many of you have been through their life-changing regenerative treatments done right in the office. There's no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, and the inflammation calms down. So I want you to schedule a free consultation. You don't have to live a life of I can't. Have a conversation with my friends at QC Kinetics and tell them I sent you when you do. The treatments are natural. So don't watch summer pass you by again. Take action today by scheduling an appointment right now Again, consultations are free. Call 312-827-6261. Again, 312-827-6261. Get to a pain-free summer by calling QC Kinetics at 312-827-6261.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
Looking for some hope? Listen to Leading the Way with Dr. Michael Youssef on our sister station, AM 1160, Hope for Your Life. Weekday mornings, starting at 8. AM 560, The Answer.
Thank you for joining us on another edition of Chicago's Morning Answer. Appreciate text from 847. Just received the post. Another good show today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Glad everybody could join us. Back tomorrow to close out the week. Open Mic Friday, of course. I think we're going to have another installment of Why Dan Proft a Single. Also a good way to close out the week. More wit and wisdom on tomorrow's Chicago's Morning Answer. But it's time to turn it over to the news because it's 9 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
Iran is going to be attacked again. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Yeah, there will be more bombing tonight. It'll be a bigger, more powerful.